Coming to you live here from Alofaga Blowholes, natural site with blowholes created by seawater rushing into tubes and shooting out of the lava rocks here in Samoa. We are already, I think? Yes, already in the new year here. Or are we? No, I'm reading that. Anyway, regardless, we are here with the return of the most coveted CranKy Ducklings event in 3 years. It has been 3 years since we last had one of these, but here we go. Duckling Showdown has returned, our annual but hiatus for 3 years, annual series of show matches here to just round off end of the year. I'm, of course, host Yaku of the Zaku, and with me today is El que nunca llega tarde gracias a unos patines de calidad, Light _ VIP. How we doing, Light?
What's up, Yago? It's great to be back once again. It's been far too long, Pappy, since we casted together. You know, there were rumors that that someone was sick, that someone was under the weather. I know you are here to dispel those rumors, because clearly that is not true. You know, you never get sick.
Yeah, somebody was sick. It wasn't me.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah, who was it?
Yeah, no.
Regardless, it's great to be back once again. As you mentioned, with an end-of-year celebration here. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone in the chat. We are hours away from New Year's Day. We're almost there, and ideally we're able to celebrate New Year's together here on stream.
Oh, yeah. Enjoy some fireworks together.
Exactly. exactly. We're here for those fireworks. We have our first matchup of the night. For those that are curious, !B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the matchups yourselves here tonight, as we do have 3 best of 5s. 3 best of 5s. We have 1 for each region, 1 to celebrate different aspects of the CranKy Ducklings. Up first, we have a Korean matchup here, some Korean on Korean action, if you will, but also in StarCraft Evolution.
Indeed, that was a huge development in 2024, StarCraft Evolution in general, and I'm glad that we were there to take part and witness the inaugural StarCraft Evolution League. And so we're going to commemorate it, going to celebrate it once again here in Duckling Showdown.
Exactly, and here we go. We're jumping into our first series of the night, our first game of the night, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3-point.
And starting over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the bottom right, we of course have our red Terran player coming out from the land of Korea as well. Also, funnily enough, representing Team Hyper 1. He is the eldest child of Hyper 1 himself, repping the StarCraft 2 Terran. He is Honorable HonMonO.
That's the most honorable of honorables, as we have 3-point coming in here with what looks to be a hatch block opener here. And also, as we get into game number 1, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets while you can on who you think will claim this series.
Indeed, it's best of 5. As a reminder to myself, as I had that best of 3 for a while. Muscle memory kind of took over.
Yeah, all good.
It's been a while since I sat in the I almost said replay. Since I sat in the observer chair like this, so I have to remind myself once again of what the length of the matchup is going to be.
Exactly. It's all good. Take my hand. We can embrace this matchup together here. Meanwhile, with the proxy hatchery across the map, HonMonO, he does spot it ahead of time. Thankfully, the boys are being pulled. A big reaction by HonMonO. I mean, I say he scouted ahead of time before it finishes, yes, but I mean, that's a lot of progression on the hatchery.
Yeah. Would you consider this to be an overreaction, Light? That's a lot of SCVs.
Yeah, it's one of those things where that is a lot of SCVs and the spawning pool isn't even done. It was hatch first. It was hatch first here at a 3-point. He wasn't going for an earlier pool, so does force a big reaction here. The hatchery will go down, but that is a lot of damage, a lot of economic damage dealt to HonMonO inadvertently.
Absolutely is. Only 4 workers are mining minerals right now. The drones are being built. They can remake the hatch. Okay, not quite.
Yeah, gonna be going for with a sunken colony rush. Here we go. They are gonna be on the way. There's enough creep for one. There's gonna be enough creep for a second one as well. The boys have to be pulled once again.
And the sunken colony is unfortunately not gonna be enough to start attacking. It's not quite like the spine crawler. You do need to upgrade it into a... Wait, I said sunken colony. It's a creep colony initially that you have to upgrade to the sunken colony. There we go.
Exactly, exactly. The first one gets denied. The second one going to be denied just barely as well. I say that. It looks like maybe one SCV killed.
Oh, God. The bunker was not quite in range, but thankfully the SCVs were able to finish it off. Only one SCV going down in the end, but yeah, once again, quite a lot of lost mining time here for HonMonO, but considering the fact that he is playing StarCraft 2 Terran and he has access to mules, I think the 3-point ended up taking the coming out worse in that trade.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, quick moves here at HonMonO. He does salvage that bunker in the end. He gets up to the high ground. Cyclone production underway. Something we should emphasize, of course, as you just mentioned, is that HonMonO, of course, is playing SC2 Terran initially. Then it's going to be a 3-point rolling the Brood War instead. Back across the map, rushing into a fast lair. But again, this is a little bit more required early on here in this matchup, as I would imagine 3-point wants to go into laying Hydra production. Or actually, never mind. Sorry, I just remembered. I mean, it's been a while since I've casted as well. Remember, Hydra Tech is Hatch Tech. He may be looking to rush into something like Mutas.
Yeah, they're slightly slower but beefier Mutas. If I remember correctly.
Yeah,
I remember this town though.
True. You got the Lings knocking down those rocks. We have the gases on the way as we speak. And again, based on all these gases, based on the lair timing as well, we are assuming this is going to be a Spire, but we'll keep an eye on our Zerg player here. Meanwhile, HonMonO likewise gearing up, getting his natural, getting a 3rd CC up and running as well. I'm going to be opening up with what looks to be a Cyclone drop into, I would imagine, some mech.
Well, we'll keep our eyes peeled. You know, these are the updated Cyclones.
It's the new old Cyclones.
A little bit more effective. Yeah. Updated, backdated, question mark, reverted.
Yeah.
Terminology, technology.
Yeah. The devolved.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Eventually, we're gonna ape it up.
We are. Second factory's on the way. So it is gonna be mech here at a HonMonO as he does move out. Scans the main base. Ooh, does see the lair. That is a bit of a tell as to what's going on, but the Spire is hidden behind the natural.
Yeah, I mean, what could it... Your options are a little bit limited, right? When you're going for lair here, or rather, you can deduce pretty easily what your Zerg opponent's going for when they go for a lair. When they're playing Brood War,
True.
Brood War Zerg.
Yeah.
Or to SC2, where it's like, it could be a Hydra Den, it could be a Spire. In Brood War, I mean, it's not gonna be a, what's it called? A Devourer's Den? Something like that.
Mound? Yeah.
Very Mound? Something like that, yeah. It no longer looks like a Roachborn.
True.
Gotta give him credit for that.
That's our fault.
You're welcome.
Oh, no. Also, if you noticed, the scan of the natural was really unfortunate. It was actually barely out of vision, and HonMonO did not see the Spire. Thankfully, though, he is going into magical accelerators, and I mean, Battle Mech, the new old Cyclone, is actually not too bad against Mutas whatsoever.
The new old, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they are.
They are. Because they're not the previous Cyclone, the one before that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the one before that, but also this is a new time and patch. I never noticed how long the Brood War Ling tails are. And, I like to wag it.
They're happy.
Oh, they're scratching their face.
Yeah. There you go. I appreciate the idle animations that were made. Let's go. Happy boys.
You know, we have Mutalisk flying into HonMonO's base. No missile turrets here, and Macfield not quite done yet, but yeah, we still have a couple of Cyclones, and that's enough to deter this.
So far, so good. They are going to zone this away. The mutas have not yet to achieve too much damage. Behind this, we have +1 air attack on the way. We have continued mute production, so it looks like it is going to be mass Ling muta here out of our Zerg player. Bearing in mind as well that, of course, Banelings are not going to be too much of a factor. I mean, you don't really want Banelings against mech anyway, but we'll see if threeepoint can pull HonMonO apart. Taking a head-on fight is going to be a difficult task here for threeepoint, but we'll see how much economic damage he can achieve as he actually wants to drive on top of the army.
Yeah, really banking a lot on his Mutalisk to be able to tank a couple of shots. He's flying into missile turret range as well. These are Brute War Mutalisks, so they are a little bit beefier, but at the cost of being a lot slower. You can't really do hit and runs like you can with StarCraft 2. All in all, though, much better trade here for threeepoint. I was doubting him. I really thought those Cyclones were going to get the best of him, but it looks like there were enough Lings on the ground to act as a buffer.
Yeah, that was actually...
will get a much better trade.
Yeah, that was a really interesting fight here from threeepoint. As you mentioned, he was trying to bait out the Lock-ons with the Lings to try to make the Cyclones that much weaker here defensively. Meanwhile, he's going for the base. The base will survive. Muta's going to be going down, and HonMonO, he does hold.
Just barely keeps that third alive with the skin of his teeth.
Does keep it alive. Behind this, going to be going to mass Cyclone Widowmine. Less Hellions. Blue Flame is going to be on the way, and a threeepoint is going to have to back off behind this, joining up, saturating his bases. Still committed to purely Ling Muta. The Mutas, they do come back in,
and it will wreak a little bit of havoc. Cyclones, man, they zoom.
They do. There's still a low amount of Cyclones though, and again, the Lock-ons are limited here for HonMonO, so because that threeepoint, he does want to try to take advantage of that and try to even catch out the Cyclones and stop them from massing too high, if at all possible. Meanwhile, HonMonO, he's gambling a little bit more instead with these traps, with these minefields that he is setting up here. There's a lot of Widow Mines that are bunching up, hoping to catch out those mutas.
Yeah, just waiting patiently. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, I say the other side, but yeah, threeepoint still sticking around over here, still trying to delay this third for as long as possible. Gets it burning down. Will he kill it? Will he kill it? It looks like he will not.
Oh my god, he does not get it. Meanwhile, that was what, like 5-6 meters going down for it as well. He committed quite hard. That was not worth it for threeepoint.
Not at all. Very painful loss here for threeepoint. Meanwhile, he's a little bit late when it comes to his transition out of this, so yeah, eventually you want to be trading out some of these mutas, but not before you get to your hive, as threeepoint only now starts it.
Yeah, just now starting to hive. Also, if you remember Shift B will show you the battle reports. That was 7 meters going down for no value whatsoever, or I guess just for repaired resource costs. But we do have now a bit of a continuation or a bit of addition to the main army. That is the Queen. The Queen nest is now done. The hive is on the way, but the hive not fully required here for those queens. And with those queens, he now can ensnare. He has his own version of Fungal, if you will.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
I wonder what he named it.
Yeah, so it's there here on the Cyclones.
Yeah, get right on top of things. The Lings as well, not only going to be surrounding Cyclones, but also dragging a little bit of friendly fire from those mines. A lot of missile turrets that threeepoint has to be worried about, but the ground army, there's barely anything left of it. These Lings are bullying these Cyclones all the way back where they came from.
Exactly, they bully them back into the main. The mutas, they dive into the main base as well. Barely any Cyclones remaining. Oh, the mine shots! Oh my god.
That threeepoint is aware of them. He has to be so careful. Loses the queens. Yeah, loses the queens, but the Mutalisk will survive for the time being. Ultra Cavern on the way. I like this. And that's not a Roach Warren, right?
Oh my god, as the mine shots, they pop off. Not quite a Roach Warren. We should have the Defiler Mound on the way, but looks like still shares the sprites in the production tab. So, oh, actually, never mind.
What's going on?
Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
Maybe it wasn't updated on Korea.
That, yeah, that's the only explanation. What's going on, guys?
Yeah. Ziggs are going to be going down here at the natural base. So do you have likewise threeepoint going for Link Floods, but the mine shots, they're brutal here, and HonMonO, he's holding.
Yeah, but just barely. He's taking damage with every single hold. He is, at the very least, able to keep his core army units alive, so
Mhm.
that's gonna ideally stack up for him as time goes on, but yeah, for now he is being beaten back. He is, 3-point I should say, is the one taking control of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he still has the map control, right? Like, he still does keep HonMonO pinned back defensively instead. Meanwhile, going for a link drop into the main base. Likewise, the final mutas finally go down. 0 mutas left here on the map. Instead, as you mentioned before, it is going to be Ling Ultra as a transition for 3-point.
Which, you know, against Cyclones, you know, maybe Cyclones can kite back, but yeah, I'm not liking this too much for HonMonO, especially after losing this many SCVs this quickly. He's been on 3 bases, well, the vast majority of the game, by the way.
Oof.
So already insanely behind.
Yeah, and the Lings, they pop up, they get 37 SCVs, by the way, and we do see HonMonO going for a massive counterattack, but the Filers are here. The Ultras have arrived. Where are the ensnares? Up.
A couple of them are landing. Honestly, I do like HonMonO's army a lot, but yeah, with these ensnares, with the crowd control, it really does look like 3-point is just going to chase us all the way back, unless he eats mine shots to the face.
The mine shots are brutal. The mine shots, they pop up. They don't care about your Dark Swarm as the Dark Swarms get thrown down. Alas, the mine shots, they shut down the Ultras. The Ultras, they will crumble. And HonMonO, he may be down in SCVs, but he has a massive army.
Yeah, a massive, beefy army that was able to kite and was able to survive all those mines. It's been so long since we've seen mines kill Ultras, but HonMonO proving that it is possible. Hellbat's going to be transforming, and I mean, there's just way too much momentum on HonMonO's side. Every single unit that pops out right now for 3-point is just going to walk into a wave of death.
Exactly. I mean, HonMonO, he's all in, right? Like, he's all in. It's here or it's now or never here for HonMonO. He breaks through the Ultras. He gets into the middle line. The Queens, they pop out, but they need time for energy. They're not quite ready for this, and HonMonO, he has to keep going. He has to go for the kill. Oh, the Plague.
The technology wasn't there yet. The Queens, they weren't able to learn from Vipers. They can't suck the youth juice.
Oh, they can't suck things down, but the Plague was brutal. Mine Shot's going to be going up, trying to force some friendly fire, and it looks like we're running out of steam here. We get the ensnare. Ooh, Mine Shot goes off, but we are running out of units. The final Cyclone goes down.
Yeah, important to note, while this is all going on, massive Ling run by on HonMonO's bases. Every single SCV goes down. It's 71 drones versus 6 SCVs. 3-point, gonna be taking that game right at the end, but oh boy, what a back and forth.
Whew, GG, well played. A very intense game. Number one, as you mentioned, very, very back and forth. There were moments for 3-point, moments for HonMonO. In the end, HonMonO was forced into the all-in. The lane drop into the main base caught him off guard. His economy was just eviscerated, but he had some very strong moments in that game as well. That was very close.
Incredibly close. I mean, you said at 3-point, he was in control for the vast majority of the game. The very fact that he was able to contain HonMonO on 3 bases for so long, I think just already made it extremely likely that he was going to clutch it out. But there was that one window of opportunity that HonMonO just really activated his final form. And yeah, just really, for a very brief second, I thought he was going to win. I didn't even notice that Ling's managed to sneak out and eviscerate HonMonO's economy and really force the all-in. What was already an all-in, he forced it to be even more in. And just like that, he held once more and managed to take the W. GG.
Oh, yeah.
Well, nicely done by 3-point.
Yeah, nicely done here. Nicely done by 3-point. And for those that are curious, the way the format works here in StarCraft Revolution, at least the way that we are doing it, and is typically done in most tournaments, HonMonO, because he did lose game 1, it is loser's race pick here. It is going to be loser's race pick, and HonMonO, he is going to be sticking with StarCraft 2.
Interesting. Well, I say interesting. I think, yeah, this is pretty common from our players. They do tend to be a lot more comfortable. They do tend to be a lot more used to StarCraft 2. Yeah, even the ones who haven't been pro players in quite a while, players like Kiwion, players like the STC, who retired quite a while ago, you would have thought that because SC Evolution buoyed their, or made them have a bit of a resurgence in interest, you would think that it's a Brute War aspect that got them in, and maybe it is, but they just don't really like playing it.
Yeah, I mean, I know 3-point...
Rather,
go on.
it's not so much that they don't like playing it, it's more that, you know, they're more confident with StarCraft 2.
Yeah, that is the case for a lot of players. I know the 3-point does often pick Brood War Zerg, I will say that at least. I know HonMonO is fond of it as well, at least the Brood War side of things, but I'm pretty sure he just wants to get a win with Cyclones. I think that's what he wants to get at least once at some point in this series, and we'll see if he can as we're getting into game number 2.
Indeed, we are. And over here in our bottom right-hand corner map, starting all the way in our bottom right, we of course have our blue Zerg player coming out from the land of Korea, currently up 1-0 in this best of 5 series. Once again, rocking the Brood War Zerg, playing in the blue trunks, representing Hyper 1. I can't read Hangul. This is Mandarin. I'd be all over it, but this is Hangul. But all you have to know is he is 3-point.
You're coping, Bobby, you're coping. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Sylphid, a 3-player spawn map, we have the South Korean Terran player living in the land of Japan, the Red Terran, rocking the SE2 race. Representing Hyper 1, it is HonMonO.
Also important to note, hasn't showered since last year.
True.
As he was telling us, getting into the game.
He did tell us he's a filthy Terran player and he has not showered for years.
Yeah. That's the source of his power.
Oh no, not like this.
Am I having a... Is this one of those things where it's... I vaguely remember when I was a kid, there was a comic strip that was like that. Like, there was a soccer player who just never showered, and he kept winning because nobody wanted to get near him. Nobody on the other team wanted to get near him.
No one wants to touch him.
So he won everything for his team.
Exactly. There you go.
I vaguely remember something like that.
He was foretold in the Singaporean comic strips. As we are going to be settling into game number 2 here. 3-point comes in with the Overlord Scout. As we did just mention, of course, it is a 3-player spawn map, so players initially have to determine where exactly their opponents have spawned in. Other important thing to take note of here is that HonMonO, he does skip the SCV Scout. On top of that, he skips the Reaper, and he's going for a 1-1-1 on one base.
And he's the one who's playing blind. He is the one who... Wait, the SCV Scout? No, he didn't SCV Scout.
Yeah, no SCV Scout. No Reaper.
No SCV Scout, taking a massive risk coming out over here. I was going to say, you know, as a Zerg player, you are a little bit safer in this 3-player map, just because you can send your Overlords out, and you can just focus on what is going on back at home. As a Terran or Protoss player, you don't really have you don't really have that safety, but HonMonO's really saying who needs safety when you're a disgusting and filthy Terran player going for a fusion core.
Let's go. So one base BC out of HonMonO. Now with his marine positioning, he does deny the scout from the Overlord. I believe the Overlord did dip in, did confirm that there was no CC. So because of that 3-point, he knows something's wrong. He knows that something is wrong, something is amiss. What exactly is going on? 3-point is yet to confirm. The medevac has arrived. With that, he has high ground vision, and I believe he should be trying to hunt down that Overlord. It does spot it, and he's going for it.
But no range. No, these are FC2 Marines, so they don't have range upgrade.
True. No range upgrade. As there are links here to try and deter the army as well. Nice pick up micro here. HonMonO not losing a single Marine. Does shut this down. Back across the map, we do have a 3-point, just stabilizing your 2 bases, droning on up. Once again, rushing into the Spire, rushing into 2-base Muta.
Indeed. See? That's a second macro hatch.
Yeah.
You don't see that too often.
Let's go second macro hatch. Now, what's important about the Spire as well, I say 2-base Muta. These BCs can be threatening, but the Zerg player here now has access to Scourge.
True. Scourge, otherwise known as the Banelings of the Sky. They do they do instant damage, I should say. No damage over time or anything like that the minute they connect with an enemy.
Yeah.
You do need to bank up quite a bit of them to take out a BC, though.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So we'll see how this does turn. Now, here we go. The first BC has arrived, but we have 3 spores in position. 3 spores over the natural. Likewise, you have 3 spores over the main base as well. And the BC is going to be zoned away as a result. Remember, there are no queens to defend.
Yeah, no queens. Could try to get some Hydras out, but what would be the point in that when you have access to Scourge? HonMonO could be trying to focus down Spire. I say that. Actually, a little bit focus elsewhere, so the BC does retarget to the Creep Tumor, not Creep Tumor, Spore Crawler briefly, but there we go. Spire finally goes down,
Oh
Scourges are out, will be able to take out the BC. I underestimated the power of the Scourge, actually.
Yeah.
I thought you would need a lot of them. I thought it would be like, you know, Banelings attacking a Thor, but
Nah.
no, you actually don't need that many Scourges to take out a BC.
Yeah, they shut it down. We have 9 left. I believe that was 5 Scourges. I think 14 were made in total, if I remember correctly. So not a bad start here for 3-point. Behind this, the Spire is being rebuilt. So 3-point is committing into Ling Muta. And he's hunting down the final BC. Oh, no! Oh, my God.
So we have confirmation. It is
That was 8.
6 Scourges to take out 1 BC.
Oh, wait, yeah, 6. Yeah, true.
Yeah,
I
total.
think HonMonO is commenting on that, by the way. I think it's like, mate, BCs are useless. Like, what the hell?
Yeah. You know, we really are reverting back to the olden days.
True.
We got the old Cyclone, we got the stupid unit.
Oh. Exactly, and back at home, it's going to be a Spire into double Hydra. Then there we go, cancellation on the Spire, committing into Hydra instead. With that, looks like Hyper 1, 3-1, he has recognized, of course, that across the map that we don't need to deal with BCs anymore. He saw the add-on swap, so with that, is avoiding any additional Scourge play.
Yeah. It's already scared HonMonO. Already scared HonMonO into landing, into staying on the ground.
Yeah?
It's afraid of heights now.
Exactly.
Never going up in the air.
I mean, mate, if there was Scourge in the air, then I'd be afraid of heights too. Okay, I don't blame HonMonO. I don't blame him whatsoever. As once again, he's going to be getting into mech. He's going into mass Cyclone production. Meanwhile, Hydra production has begun. We see upgrades on the way. We can, of course, morph in the Lurker Den as well. That's going to be on the horizon. And a fast Queen nest, fast Queen production.
Yeah, we have it. So we're going to get those fungals and snares.
Yeah.
Pretty soon. What is that other upgrade for the Hydra Light? I'm not too familiar with it.
That I believe is just range / attack speed and just movement speed as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait, but you already have muscular augments for.
We're about to find out what it's called. So
Yeah,
muscular
well,
augments,
yeah.
and we'll find out.
Yeah. It's like Roo Spines.
Yeah, true. I think it's like 20% attack speed or something like that. I think something like that. It's been a while.
Okay,
it's been a while.
Interesting. Yeah, no lunge.
No. There we go. Yeah, Groove Spines.
It's called Roo Spines.
There you go.
Yeah, it's just a different icon.
There you go.
A different icon because I imagine that the effects are a little bit different from StarCraft 2 Roo Spines.
Yeah, for sure. As the army has, right? The queens are ready again for that, and Snary's hunting for the Cyclones. Up.
And he will get half of them, practically half of them. Oh, we'll lose all of his queens in the meanwhile, though. All 2 of them. I don't know if this is worth it for 3-point.
Yeah, I agree. Considering, like, sure, he killed a handful of Cyclones, but queens are quite expensive here. Now the queen count has been reset to 0. We'll have to restart. We'll have to rebuild. Nice burrow here to keep those Hydras alive. Does, like, keep them hidden here on the right-hand side. And it looks like we are rushing into a hive, gaining access to Defilers.
Oh. I love to see him. Big fan of Defilers. You know, Defilers are like Chad Vipers. Vipers, they suck you juice. They leave you weakened. Defilers, they eat you.
Yeah?
In an instant.
There you go, as we do see HonMonO going to be forced back here by 3-point. Likewise, we do have a Hydra harassing across the map, trying to get in between the bases. So far, HonMonO keeps for the most part keeping up here. The mine shot soon to be going up. Oh.
Yeah, popping off on top of these Hydralisks. We're trading back and forth. 13 Hydralisks going down for not that many Terran units. Once again, not sure if this was a favorable trade for 3-point, but then again, Hydras are a little bit cheaper in Brute War, so maybe it was.
Yeah, it is a bit of a cheaper army here for 3-point. Likewise, he has map control. He's getting up to 4 base saturation. Likewise, so is HonMonO. HonMonO is oversaturated. He is getting his 4th base up and running. So far, so good. He is actually maintaining himself and stabilizing quite well, despite losing all those BCs early on. HonMonO, he's very much so in this game, but getting caught a little bit out of position.
Yeah, forced to evacuate slightly, but yeah, thankfully he does keep most of his SCVs alive. All these Hydras going down, and we're not quite at the point where you really want to be trading your Hydras to get a different army.
Yeah, as you're saying, a lot of Hydras do fall, and we have yet to really embrace Lurker production. It's still Ling Queen Hydra, and the Hydra count is now falling behind here. HonMonO, he's building up towards a death blow of an army.
Yeah, I'm getting deja vu to game number 1.
Yeah, but this time no Ultras.
But once again, no Ultras. HonMonO has a much better economic position as well with 4 bases.
Yeah, exactly.
Hasn't been bullied into submission. That was a kill, not a cancel.
Yeah, the base goes down. We just see a big link counterattack here towards the expansion. Workers are going to be falling with the mine shots are there to defend. The Spine is in already.
Yeah, a couple of them do pop out now, but yeah, it's really few and far between. A couple of snares get thrown down, and the Hydras are here to clean up. A little bit of friendly fire from the Widow Mines, and 3-point will hold.
Yeah, 3-point, he holds on. He may have lost almost every single sunken colony, but he does defend against the army, shuts it down, going for a massive counterattack. He's going for the mineral line, but there is a planetary in position. He will respect it.
Yeah, it's gotta respect it.
Does back off. He does.
Some production.
Yeah, does get himself the production, pushing in towards the natural instead. He avoids the planetary, going for the natural CC. Oh.
Right, just opting to take out SCVs. HonMonO pull the boys, and he can afford to lose some. It's an alright trade for 3-point, but yeah, at the end of the day, HonMonO, he's still got mules.
He does. He still has mules. He will lose 15 SCVs, but HonMonO, he still has a pretty decent economy behind this. Again, because of the mules, I would say actually HonMonO has a better economy, slightly better here compared to the Zerg player. Meanwhile, he's going for a big counterattack. There's actually not much of them to defend because 3-point is going for a drop at the same time.
Yeah, he needs to try to just fend this off as best he can while he sneaks those overlords into the main base of HonMonO. A couple of snares are going to help out. But the mine shots, they're popping out left and right.
Yeah, the mine shots.
No links here to really drag the friendly fire.
Yeah, there's just not enough here. We have a couple more snares here being thrown down. Queens are going to be thrown away here. The Cyclones, they do focus on so many of the Queen. Oh my god, they shut down all 4 of them.
It's very expensive losses here. For 3-point, eventually he's going to be able to clean this up. Well, I say that, but those mines are still over there. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, though, he will be able to drop some of his army. I mean, one of his drop lords did get killed by the looks of things.
Yeah, exactly. Drop lord went down. Army gets cleaned up. HonMonO, he defends, but 3-point is rallying across the map instead. He's rallying out his links. His Hydras, Defilers have arrived. His reinforcements are getting caught out by some of these Widow Mines, but the detection has arrived, and the Widow Mine field finally gets cleaned up.
Like so, and I was gonna say this feels like a little bit of a role reversal from game number 1, but 3-point not feeling the pressure to go all in yet, and I suppose he shouldn't, as he, at the very least, is able to get 5 bases up and running. He still has a fairly healthy economy, so all he really needs to do right now, and I think he is aware of what he really needs to do right now, is to buy time, make sure he can continue to mine, and just get a better army.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, as you mentioned, unlike the previous game where HonMonO was forced into an all-in, even though HonMonO has been trading well against the army of 3.31, his economy has been left untouched for the most part. Like, he hasn't really been losing drones, he hasn't been really losing workers, so 3-point, he can maintain these losses, he can still keep up, he can still threaten the army of HonMonO, and now he is finally teched up into more spellcasters, right? Defilers have arrived.
So what worries me a little bit for 3-point is that he hasn't quite expanded yet, but I guess I can't really fault him for that. He is very focused on just trying to keep himself alive and trying to build an army that can beat back the the Cyclones of HonMonO.
Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to survive more than anything. We can see 3-point expands on the left-hand side. All the sunken colonies are not quite ready, but here we go. We do see 3-point trying to catch out the army. The ensnare does land, but the queens go down. The defiler. Oh,
Will go down before they can really land any of its spells. Huge mine shot going to be landing on those lings, and unfortunately not a lot of friendly fire here for 3-point. He is weakening the...
yeah.
He is weakening the Cyclone significantly, though, and kind of baiting out those lock-ons as well.
I mean, the Plague, there was one Plague towards the end, which is connected. You can still see the flashing red Cyclone from the Plague as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to notice because the army's red. So, like,
Yeah.
it's some red on red going on. But that was a nice Plague that did go off. Meanwhile, more Defilers are building up over time, and we'll see if we can land another Plague. You can see 3-point trying to set up here for the engage, massing up more Lings, more Hydras. Ooh, as the Liberator has arrived. Trading with the Lings.
Yeah, it was the anti-air. And trading with the Lings. Once again, not really getting too many. Oof! Not really getting too many workers. That's a huge Plague. Could be landing right in the heart of those. Right in the heart of those Cyclones. Couple of snares to really nail the combo. And the Lings coming through to clean things up. Disastrous defeat here for HonMonO. Things are looking so good for him until that Plague landed.
Exactly. Drop Lords into the main base. Mass Doom drop into the main, I should say. The main base is under fire. The production is under threat as well. 3-point is going for the kill. He's going for the 1-2 punch. Coming in from behind and coming in from the front as well.
I just realized HonMonO has no weapon upgrades.
Oh.
It's +3 plating and 0 weapon upgrades.
Yeah, exactly. No weapon upgrades here. I mean, that could have definitely helped out the course of this game. The expansion is going to go down. The planetary has fallen. Lings, more Hydras ahead towards the bases, and HonMonO looks like he has finally been broken.
Jesus, man. He was holding so steady. This was absolutely an improvement compared to game number 1, but one false movement, one moment where he was focused on something else, his army got ripped to shreds, and 3-point, I mean, it looked dire for him, but now he's snatching victory from the jaws of defeat.
Exactly. Again, 3-point, his economy was for the most part maintained throughout the course of this game. Likewise, there was that brutal Plague that we did mention. It was a setup with the borrowed Defiler, if you recall, where he was able to land an insane Plague, and the Plague did just so much to the Cyclone army. The Cyclone army crumbled, and from there, we're looking to snowball out of control. GG is going to be called, and 3-point will take a 2-0 lead.
GG, beautifully done here from 3-point. I mean, we're talking a lot about that Plague because, oh man, that was such a dramatic moment. But honestly, 3-point, it wasn't just that Plague, right? It was the Plague plus the Doom drop. He planned that out and timed that out absolutely perfectly. It was like he had 4D vision. He was playing 4D chess, whilst HonMonO understandably was a little bit more focused on just trying to micro and control his army.
For sure. And I think that my favorite thing about this dynamic, and I think you noticed it yourself as well, is because the Hydras are so much cheaper, because of that, you actually get so many more engagements, so many more trades. Like, compared to, like, typical SC2 fights, like, we had, like, non-stop little skirmishes, like, back and forth, throwing away Ling Hydra, throwing away Cyclones. For the most part, both players were maintaining they were quite even in supply throughout the majority of that game. Just back and forth fights over and over again, and that's kind of a dynamic that you don't really see too often in SC2, just because certain units are much more expensive. Like, we even saw, like, so many, like, Queens were thrown away, so many Defilers were thrown away as well, but like that's what a lot of the economy was being spent on, and yeah, he could still maintain those fights and still have that back and forth.
Yeah, I think in TVZ specifically in SC2, it's you see a couple of skirmishes in the early game. You know, maybe you'll see Lings versus Hellions, or a double drop versus whatever the Zerg army has, but it's not like they're gonna it's not like they're going to really engage properly, right? The first sign of trouble, those Marines are going back into the medevacs and boosted away. And for the most part, it's just both players building up for that one big timing. SC2v Brute War? Not so much. You do see a lot of, okay, I'm not quite at my apex, I'm not quite maxed out, or I'm not quite fully upgraded, but I still need to go because, you know, I have to apply some kind of pressure, and this is all I can really do.
Oh yeah, exactly, and because that was almost non-stop action here between 3-Point and HonMonO. It was a blast in the end. 3-Point did overwhelm HonMonO, but again, I do feel like a little bit did come down to, you're pointing it out yourself, right, the non-stop doom drops. I mean, there were 2 big doom drops into the main base. Likewise, the catch with the queens with their ensnares, the plague as well. There were some key moments that did swing the fight and the game in his favor, but if it wasn't for those moments, we definitely could have seen like a comeback there and even a back and forth. And I want to believe that we will have more than just 3 games between these 2 players. I want to believe we can have a series.
As do I. But you know, if we have to only have 3 games, I'm glad that we at least are able to get 1 game on the best map in SC Evo. Well, loading into Monty Hall. We're over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, swatting all the way in. In this bottom right-hand corner, we have our red Zerg player, our red Brood War Zerg player once again. Coming down from the land of Korea. He is, of course, going to be representing Hyper 1 on match point. We have 3-Point. That's what his name means.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the SC2 Terran player from South Korea representing Team Hyper 1. It is HonMonO. And as you're pointing out, welcome one and all to Monty Hall, a very unique map in the map pool. It's almost like a pseudo island map, as you are completely walled in with these mineral walls, and you have to pick and choose how you want to expand. The gold mineral patch only takes 1 worker to mine through, so you can very quickly mine through. This allows you to scout, and it also allows you to expand, but reinforcing these positions takes a little bit more time, as you have to break through and mine through those walls.
It's a gold mineral that is literally one mineral.
Exactly. Just
it kind of defeats the purpose of being gold, but it kind of defeats what you think the purpose of being gold is. But in this case, it's more to kind of signal to the players, hey, this is what you want to mine to gain access to more bases.
Yeah, and it also still walls you in. Like, if your opponent wants to be aggressive, they need to bring a worker to mine through those patches to actually gain access to your base as well, so bear that in mind as well. We do see our players expanding. We can see 3-Point taking the northern base, and we see HonMonO taking the southern base here, so both players have opted to expand in opposite directions. Again, it's one of those things where neither player really knows where the expansions have been taken until they scout.
Expanding towards each other. Not super aggressively, neither of them taking the middle base, but yeah.
Yeah, no center expansion. We can see the Overlord Scout coming in. Meanwhile, HonMonO, he's rushing into a Ghost Academy. He's crazy.
Oh, these are SC2 ghosts though, so
yeah.
they're not as good.
True. No lockdown. That's the downside here of casting a lot of SC2 Terran, is that we're missing the lockdown, man. The lockdown.
Yeah.
And ironically, I do miss it.
If you're wondering what the lockdown is, it's like Interference Matrix, but way better.
Oh yeah, it's insane. But the Overlord comes in for a scout, gets eyes on the 1-1 setup, and may even spot the ghost as it pops out.
Yeah, we'll see. HonMonO actually directly rallied towards that Overlord. Oof. Now it's going to be attempting a snipe it.
Can he get it?
Vision direct. Gonna try two more volleys, 2 more hits.
Oh.
There we go.
There we go. The Overlord does go down. The Ghost has arrived. Just the 1 Ghost for the time being, as he did have to lift the racks to actually hunt down the Overlord. We have a 3rd CC behind this, so no crazy 2-base all in. HonMonO, he is expanding. He is going to be macroing behind this. Meanwhile, we do see 3-Point rushing into that lair. We've seen time and time again 3-Point going into Muta play or going into Spire play early on. And on a pseudo island map like this, I feel like Mutas can do quite well.
Yeah, you're not quite going to be able to flood Lings in through that singular gap, but thankfully Mutas, they just go over it.
Yeah. They just go over those walls, and they can dip in between the bases. The layer is now done, and we'll see what the take-off choice is going to be here. Meanwhile, we can see 3-Point just expanding elsewhere, taking more bases, rushing into a Queen's Nest. That I was not expecting.
Oh, okay. Fungal the workers?
I guess. I mean, bearing in mind something as well that we didn't bring it up as we didn't really need to. Ensnare does no damage. against Snare does it locks down, it slows the army.
No,
that's
but it
true,
slows down the mining.
Yeah, true. Oh my god, we're going for a proxy hatch. What?
Monty Hall. This is why I love this map.
Let's go. We have the 5-minute proxy hatch so we can mine through and break through these minerals. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Okay. Sure.
Let's go. Yeah. Meanwhile, we're going Ghost Smack? That's an armory.
Big scan here. I mean, the queen does give access to the hive, so we do have the hive being morphed in real quick here to rush into defilers, I would imagine. I mean, I'm still not fully convinced as to I know where this is kind of headed here. Hydra Den is going to be on the way as well, so it's going to be a Ling Hydra based composition.
Plague and Snare combo. That seems to be the case here. Lurkers now being researched, which is a good call for Monty Hall. We were just talking about how narrow a lot of these choke points can be. So especially if you're HonMonO right now and you really want to keep yourself safe while you go for your hive tech, lurkers are the way to go.
HonMonO, he's like, let me at him, let me at him. He's barely, he can't
open the gates.
Yeah, exactly. He can't quite reach the base. Based on what we're seeing here, by the way, it looks like 3-point is completely turtling up. We have spine crawlers being thrown down in all these bases, rushing into lurker tech and headed into Nidus play to connect all his bases. Like 3-point is just being as greedy as possible, getting every single tech structure he needs.
Do you think HonMonO knows you to mine out?
Yeah, he's fine. He knows. It's okay. It's okay.
Because those waddling a little while.
It did take some time. You're not wrong. It did take some time, but he does drop over the wall. Behind this, again, rushing into additional ghost production, so he's just going mass ghost early on. Likewise, he has kind of a mech supportive army as well. The expansion is going to go down. Meanwhile, we do see a massive Ling flood here threatening the left-hand side, but we do see a full wall here as well. And again, as I mentioned, I'm pretty sure we are just fully going to be turtling up here. I say that we do have some Nidus play that's available. And the Nidus did finish, actually. I forget, it makes no noise.
Yeah, a couple of lurkers already popping. Oh, it makes no noise.
Yeah. They're silent.
Terrifying.
they're silent killers, Pappy. Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Oh, let's go.
Going to be used on these creep colonies, and again, they can't lift. That's the other downside to sunken colonies compared to spine crawlers. Massive Ling run by, though.
Ling Rumba comes in. Oh my god, it does one-shot all the sunken colonies, takes down a lurker as well. So very nice nuke here out of HonMonO. At the same time, he defends on the left-hand side. He does secure himself, and 3-point will have to retreat. Does back off from here, just focusing on droning, saturating his bases. Still not at full 4-base saturation, but he's building up his army.
Yeah, slowly but surely. And HonMonO hasn't been able to do anything to slow him down.
As the Nidus is getting called out, he is going to be cleaned up. And from here, we're just going to be getting into a longer later game.
Which I can appreciate, specifically because that gives us an opportunity to get some defilers out.
Yeah. Defilers on the way, lurkers, they do get caught out. Nice catch here by HonMonO, expanding, taking a third base. Is going to be expanding it once again towards his opponent, and we'll even catch a couple more lurkers.
Yeah, good snipes coming out from these ghosts.
Does shut them down in the end. Likewise, what's important as well is that because HonMonO didn't mine through those patches, these moves here, like these Ling run-bys, actually can't get into the main.
Yeah, there's only one entry point right now for into HonMonO's bases, and it happens to be the ones that has all of the army.
Yeah, exactly. So again, HonMonO making full use of the advantages of this map, or the features of the map. He does move out. So Snipe's going to be going up. He does shut down the lurkers. They have less range.
Like so. They do have less range and no range upgrade.
Yeah, exactly. Less range than SC2 lurkers. The army's going to be pushing, going mass ghost. Essentially, we do see the defilers, though. They're coming in as well. The EP lands. Oh my god.
Before any play can really get thrown out. Well, I say that, but it was another defiler. And another plague does land right in the heart of this army. Medevac's doing whatever they can to try to keep everything alive. Ghosts are surprisingly tanky. But yeah, that's a lot of damage. It only takes one more hit to take out these ghosts. But one more hit, it's not going to land. The Hellbats, absolute MVPs.
Mate, that was one plague. I mean, look at that. That's crazy. The ghosts, they're barely alive. They have to get the hell out of here. Oh, no, the links. Oh, God.
Reconnecting. The snipes will land, and we'll keep these at bay. Super important, once again, to have these Hellbats here to act as buffer. Those Hydras could not get on top of those 1 HP ghosts.
They barely did survive. There was only one ghost has gone down this game. So Clutch moves out of HonMonO. He gets the hell out of there. He defends against the Drop Lords. More turrets being thrown down, as Drop Lords are going to be a threat to HonMonO. Bearing in mind, unlike in SC2, Nidostorms do require creep. That is also why we went for the proxy hatchery, to spread some creep across the map to allow for the Nidostorm. Without that, I mean, there's no threat of Nidus play.
None whatsoever. And so yeah, once again, 3-point kind of has to go back to the drawing board. Is that a kill?
Yeah, he killed his enemy.
Well then.
Look, HonMonO, he was sending a message to his boys. Okay, he's like, "Mate, I don't tolerate anything less than perfection. Okay, we got this. We can bounce back. We make a series out of this." Oh God.
Yeah. So you're slightly dented. Start over.
Yes.
Get it right this time.
Get it right. Like, sir, that was 400 minerals. I don't care. It's going out of your paycheck, mate. Oh no. That poor SCV. Yeah.
Already lost its additional health. Now it's losing its pay as well.
Exactly. As HonMonO, he has finally rejuvenated those ghosts. Moving forward, massive nuke here on the army. Here come the legs. The MP.
Yeah, do we have vision? Do we have vision? Do we have vision? Do we have vision?
Oh,
do have vision right at the end there. A couple of plagues do land, but not on the ghosts, which are really the money unit here for HonMonO. Doesn't have too many ghosts though, unfortunately. So yeah, even still, he's forced to retreat. The nuke did not land, so 3-point. Gonna be able to get this hatch up and running.
Yeah, barely did shut down. The nuke was able to deny it. The expansion is going to be denied as well. The CC is going to fall. Would you have the army coming in? As you mentioned, most of the ghosts did survive, and they will punish some of these Hydras, but not without losing the expansion.
Like so. HonMonO once again beaten back to 3 bases. Could have been 4, but you know, he had to. One of them had to be delayed a little bit.
True. Was delayed. HonMonO, he can double expand behind this, and again, he's expanding towards his opponent. He's giving his opponent less time to breathe here, and nukes can be a big factor coming into this kind of game state. Likewise, I just love the dynamic of the defilers and the drop lords. It's very similar to in TVP where you have the storm drops, but here we have the plague drops instead.
True. I mean, I know storms are a thing in Brute War, but are they really? They're not quite the same as the SC2 storms.
I mean, they're better. I mean, mate, the effect of the storm.
The effect is a lot better.
Yeah.
it also lasts a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And overall, I think it actually does more damage over time, but
it looks like it does more damage at least because it looks very impressive.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
but it does less per second, I think. More overall, but less DPS.
As we do have the nuke here towards the south. Once again, going to be forcing back the army. There is no unburrowing of these sunken colonies. We do see the army trying to get in position, but the nuke is going to land.
Yeah, SimCity actually working against points of favor there for a sec. Huge ensnare, but the queens do get sniped, and not enough of a follow-up here. If that was an ensnare and a plague, that would have been disastrous, but man, choke point kind of keeping the army of, preventing the army of 3-point from getting on top of this.
Oh, the snipe! Oh my god! The plague!
Absolutely brutal. No plague going to be available here, and with that, I think HonMonO just rolls.
He snipes everything. He just snipes every single unit. Oh my god! The Zerg army completely melts before the mass goes, and HonMonO, he does it. He breaks on through. He breaks the main army. No spellcasters remaining. Nuke here on the army as well. And HonMonO, I think he's done it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way. It's 114 army supply, and that's an army supply in ghosts and hellbats versus 35 and nothing but hydras.
Exactly.
HonMonO, man. All it took was one false move from 3-point, and he pounced.
And unfortunately, he had all his eggs in one basket, all his defilers in one dropper lord. One drop lord was all it took. He did go down with that. 0 plagues remaining.
You say he had them all in one dropper lord. Honestly, I think there were enough snipes to take out every single dropper lord.
You're not wrong. Snipes that killed. He sniped everything. You're not wrong. As here come the Liberators, a brutal choke point as well. The Hydra's forced to engage. You do have another couple of Defilers behind this. They are trying to set up. They're gathering energy as we speak. Oh no, he consumes himself. No. Kill the Defiler.
Defiler on Defiler violence. You hate to see it.
3 points go for getting a little bit flustered here.
I feel like if a Defiler devours another Defiler, it should count as double, or you should get like extra something. If not energy, then at least power.
What? Yeah.
Mineral line goes down to the nuke.
Yeah, nuke does well for the mineral line. What if a Defiler eats another Decipher? It adds the energy onto its own, right? Like it builds it up.
It grows another segment.
There you go. Gets a second energy bar. As we do have HonMonO slowly gaining ground. As you mentioned, like there is potential with one big plague on the army, but there's just so many ghosts.
So many ghosts. We do have 3 Defilers. Do we get the snipes? Not quite on a Dropper Lord, so a plague does land. I don't think it's enough though. There's just way too much shared.
It doesn't even matter. The plague does do a lot of damage, but the army has broken through. Another nuke here on top of the main force. Snipe's going to be going off. Big cloak as well. Where's the detection? GG gets called, and HonMonO fights back, putting a point on the board.
GG. Very nicely done here from HonMonO. HonMonO, he was paying attention from last game. I was looking at chat, Hyper1 in the chat saying, you know, when you're facing Defilers, you got to have some ghosts out. HonMonO, he saw that, and he thought, what if instead of some ghosts, I get all the ghosts?
Yeah. There you go. I mean, again, a lot of it came down to the map as well. Remember, HonMonO, he rushed into Ghost. He rushed into Ghost production early on, and he was almost purely Ghost towards the end there. And because of the map itself, he was able to focus on kind of one attack path, right? Like the center and the northern attack paths were fully walled off, so he didn't have to worry about any kind of drop play, any kind of run-bys. Drop play was a threat, but he had a ring of turrets as well, so the drops were shut down, and he could focus entirely on the one lane, on the one attack path.
Yeah, it's like ARAM. Yeah, just kind of forcing things over there. It was 3-point on the other hand was trying to spread himself out, which you are supposed to do technically as a Zerg player, but Monty Hall specifically, and for that strategy, worked much better in HonMonO's favor.
Yeah, and I mean, 3-point, he was trying to be cheeky himself. If you remember, he was also rushing into Hive Tech, rushing into Defilers, rushing into Queens, but he was trying to be cheeky early on with some Nidus play, and it wasn't really too effective, if you remember, with the Proxy Hatchery. Like, Proxy Hatchery into Nidus, that was shut down. The Lurkers didn't really gain too much ground, and in the end, HonMonO did snowball out of control, and now we have a series.
Indeed, we do. Oh boy, and here we have it. For the very first time in this series, over in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, we have our blue StarCraft 2 Zerg player coming out from the land of Korea. He's going to be representing Hyper 1. We have 3-point. Jimmy Ribbit.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Hyper 1. Fighting back, can he tie up the series and force the ace match? The pressure is on. It is HonMonO.
For the first time, we're going to be playing Brood War Terran. Oh! Fencing in that worker.
Yeah, he does lock him inside the house here, and with that, he's going to be able to hunt down the drone. Initially, it looks like we should be seeing a 3-racks opener. 3-racks opener is a very commonplace here in Brood War Terran versus SE2 Zerg, getting into Stim, getting into the range upgrade, and getting into Bio. Nomek?
Well, you know, with Bio, you do get lockdown ghosts, so...
True. Not wrong, as we do have the Academy on the way. As a reminder, you do need the Academy to research all of those upgrades, so Bio is being embraced here by HonMonO.
It's wild to me that the Tech Lab is only for units in Brood War.
Yeah, I mean, technically there is no... it's the machine shop, right? Machine shop. I mean, so add-ons, they do exist. They're just a little bit different in Brood War. As the drone does go down, there is that 3rd racks that we did mention. So again, 3-racks openers in this matchup are not too uncommon. But what I will say is that 3-point is in the dark. He's not fully aware of how many racks there are. There could be just a 2-racks opener into an expand. There could be a 3. There could be just even more commitment here. So 3-point is still in the dark, as that is a 4th. It's a 1-base all-in.
Here we
oh my
go. 5th racks on the way as
Jesus.
well. Show me the boys, HonMonO.
He most likely will pull the boys with this, not gonna lie. So
He's gotta.
yeah, he's going into 5 racks, and so 5 racks, 1 base all in, rushing into Stim. Bearing in mind that this is the big feature and the big addition of Brood War is that you do not need add-ons here to get into, you don't need a starport to get into supportive units. Medic production this early on, it means that this Stim timing is going to hit even harder, as now, I mean, there's a way to heal up the units.
Yeah, even harder, even quicker, even faster, even stronger.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know the rest of the lyrics, but yeah.
Works it.
Exactly. So this 1 base all in does hit differently than it would in SC2, as the medics are going to be revealed. Stim is revealed as well. I mean, we already knew this because of the Academy. Overlord does go down, and the 1 base all in is upon us. Meanwhile, we do see 3-point taking it very seriously. He's staying on 2 bases. 3-point, he does not take a 3rd. He's staying on 2 bases. Roach Warren gets thrown down. Spine callers are on the way. 3-point, he knows that aggression is coming his way, and he's preparing on 2 bases. It's time.
Be very safe. The boys! You love to see it. I was gonna say, you know, Roaches, they're a little bit more reliable compared to Banelings. You know, they aren't quite as potent, but you can keep them back and you can save them for later. Throwing some SCVs here to really mess up the pathing and to buffer for these Marines, that complicates things a little bit, though.
It does, as here we go, the army does push forward. Stims are going to be available here. The Queens are building up this 1 transfuse so far. And Stim is going for the spine. Oh.
Yeah, transfuse is fine, but now we're out of transfuse energy. Roach is starting to go down thanks to these boys delivering an excellent buffer.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's gotta be it.
Yeah, he starts his 4 touchdowns every single one. Massive fly block as 3-point cannot make a single unit here. He has 6 roaches in production. But for the most part, it looks like 3-point he has been broken. The 6 roaches, they will help out, but there's just so many Marines.
Now, yeah, we just Stim to win.
Yeah, exactly. Just Stim to win here. More boys are being pulled. The roaches, they trickle out, but again, just nothing else can be made here. We do actually, because all the drones went down, you can actually make some more roaches, but we're running out of steam, running out of roach production. Back at home, HonMonO, he does have some mining going on, and he has broken the back of a 3-point.
Yeah, he loses his entire mineral line, but he also kills 3-point's entire mineral line. So,
true.
Yeah, HonMonO coming out slightly better here, which is all he needs to take the victory. Eventually, these Marines are gonna get cleaned up, but 0 workers. 0 workers. 0 mining whatsoever here for 3-point. All he has is his 3 roaches.
Yep.
And they got their work cut out for them across the map.
Yeah, it's one of those things where HonMonO, he only has 5 SCVs, but that's just better than his opponent, which means he can produce Marines, he can produce an army, and as long as he can make a couple of Marines back at home, as long as he can kill these 3 roaches, I mean, he's going to take this game.
Yeah, for those who are unaware, 5 is a larger number than 0.
True. That's math.
Math. And we have to wall.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, if you just saw HonMonO, he just canceled a Marine. He canceled a Marine just so he can fully wall off because time is on his side. GG gets called and HonMonO ties up the series. We're going to the ace match.
Here we go. You love to see it. Never put HonMonO. Never force HonMonO to play Brute War. Because he'll make you regret it.
Yeah, he'll all in the hell out of you. Let us go. GG, well played. We're going all the way to that ace match. And how will this story end? What I was going to say is the all-in was hitting. And again, unfortunately, 3-point he was underprepared. Only one spine crawler. Did not take it seriously enough. But a shout out to the sound effect of the Marine shooting. Because that's definitely...
Oh, yeah.
It hits home. Do miss it.
Like,
yeah. The bass on the shots, mate.
Yeah, the bass, it sounds like there's some... I mean, not reverb. Reverb's not the right word. Oh, okay. I like this. Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say, we're going to end it with a... We'll see if both of them can be winners, because the final test is to play us in 2v2. But... no, not quite.
Oh,
not quite, apparently.
Not like this. Not like this. As we are getting into the final game of the series.
Or we can do HonMonO and I versus 3-point and you.
Oh, okay.
For the ace match.
Now we're getting into the final map.
Smelly Terrans versus Kobe Zerg.
There you go, there you go. We're getting into the final map here of the show match of the best of 5. It is, of course, a 4-player spawn map.
It is the second best map in the SC Evo map pool. We're going to be loading into Troy, over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in. The bottom right, we, of course, have our blue
oh my god.
Third player once again, coming out from Atlanta, Korea. Representing Hyper 1 and about to be scouted, we have 3-point.
He's about to be proxy Shurax, mate. That's what's about to happen. Is spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. We have the South Korean Terran player fanning out 4 Marines to proxy in the center of the map. A big gamble here out of our Korean Terran. It is HonMonO. Wow,
Big gamble, but it's gonna pay off. I mean, he scouted the top left, so he was able to confirm that it's not there.
Yeah, he knows.
Now he just needs to know if it's bottom or top.
Yeah, exactly. So because he knows it's either bottom or top on the right hand side, he can proxy in the middle and just gamble, right? He just roll the dice. He's about to rescout here on the top right hand corner, and now he knows through the power of deduction where exactly 3-point is.
Oh, is that how it's supposed to go?
Yeah.
But he did scout bottom left. No, but he has vision bottom left. Okay.
He does. He does. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh. There you go. The Overlord does miss the proxy. We have another Overlord here on the right-hand side. It's going to be here over the natural ramp. There is a ramp to work with. That is true. So far, it is going to be a standard opener out of 3-point, but he is unaware as to what's going on. I do appreciate as well the HonMonO is keeping the SCVs a little bit further back, waiting, building up his army before committing up the ramp into the natural. There it is.
Yeah. Just one SCV. Looks like it can be a scout, but then we throw it on the bunker, and here come the Marines.
Yeah, the Marines have arrived hunting down the Overlord. More SCVs have arrived as well. We do see the boys being pulled. He's going to try and deny the bunker. No, actually going for the Marines, going for both.
I'm going to be able to deny the bunker for now. A couple Marines starting to rock up. Spine Crawler now on the way. It's a very delicate dance that 3-point has to play.
Yeah, very delicate indeed. The bunker is going to be denied. Likewise, so it's the Spine Crawler. Spine Crawler getting quite low here, but at last 3-point, he cannot get... Sorry, HonMonO cannot get surrounded. The bunker is cancelled.
Oh. And we'll get the refund. The Lings are going to pop down, though. And yeah, that's a pretty big ball of Marines.
Up.
Spine Crawler getting dangerously low. It will get killed. And there's only one queen to work with.
Yeah, only one queen left. The Lings have gone down. The 3-point is in trouble. He's going to be going down. The queen falls. And there it is!
GG! HonMonO will take that series in a complete reverse sweep. GG, nicely done. Dirty Terran does it once again. Dirty, honorable Terran will take the victory. GG.
GG, well played. HonMonO, he takes it 3-1. He cheeses the hell out of 3 points. Again, HonMonO, he was able to deny and kill the Spine Crawler, get on top of the Queen. And with that, HonMonO, he did snowball out of control. 3-point looking impressive in the more standard games. But as you mentioned, HonMonO, he is a dirty Terran player, willing to cheese it up at a moment's notice. And he does cheese the hell out of 3 points 2 games in a row.
That he does. And I'm worried now. Because now that he's won, I don't think he's gonna want to shower. He's like, this is working for me. Yeah.
It's the source of his power, but I don't blame him. I don't blame him whatsoever. Definitely as. Again, GG, well played. Congratulations to HonMonO. He will claim the initial series. And shout out to 3-point as well, though, because we had some amazing matches, a lot of fun. I mean, again, I always do appreciate the interaction with the spellcasters, with the queens, with the ensnare, with the plague, with the plague drops, I should say. A lot of back and forth, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah. In those standard games, I think 3-point absolutely shined. Even in game number 2, where things were looking pretty even for a while, or even HonMonO favorite for a while. 3-point, you give him a little bit more time, you give him a little bit more time to think and to formulate a plan. He will just outthink you and just outdo you in SC Evo. You can see why he was one of the heavy favorites to win the Champions League last month. But HonMonO clocked onto that very, very quickly and was just able to cheese the hell out of him. 2 games in a row. The game before that was also a little bit unorthodox, not gonna lie, but yeah, we really call that one cheese.
Yeah, exactly. Just making use of Monty Hall, if you will. So, yeah, GG, well played. Shout out to all our competitors here tonight, and congratulations to HonMonO. He does win the first best of 5, but now we are getting into and getting ready for our next matchups here. We have 2 more best of 5s ahead of us.
Yeah, we're just getting started. That was just our first one. And our next one, well, I guess it depends on if they're awake yet, but I think they should be. Our next one should be an EU PvZ grudge match, a drama-filled match that, you know, if we held this event maybe a couple of days earlier, would be even juicier. But yeah, maybe not as much now. I'm of course talking about Iba versus for Jumy, the divorce settlement match.
Exactly.
We'll see who gets what.
Who gets the kids?
Yeah, who gets the 4 in for Jumy?
Oh no, let's find out. We're going to be going on a break, as Yaku was alluding to. When we come back, we're going to have that best of 5 show match, the EU show match between Jumy and Iba.
And I said PvZ. I'm not sure if it's going to be PvZ.
We
don't we don't know. It depends how they're feeling.
Exactly. We're about to find out here. So, again, take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get ready here for a night of StarCraft to come. We'll be back in a couple of minutes here with our next match.
Yeah, we'll see you then. Also, give me time to relog. And we are back. Hope you were able to make the most of your break. You know, check the stove, check the oven, check the fires, check everything.
Yeah.
Before you wreck it, you know?
Because everything is fine where we are, right? There's nothing on fire. There's...
Yeah. Well, not in my house. That's all that matters.
Exactly. We're fine. As we are getting into our second matchup, our second show match of the night, we just wrapped up with our Korean show match. Now we're here with our European show match instead. Now, this is a last minute change here to our matchup coming up ahead of us. Both Eva and Jumy did agree on a best of 7 instead of a best of 5.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
The drama continues.
the drama, Bobby, the drama. Here we go. Again, for those who don't know, Eva and Jumy, good friends. They are good friends. They even played a couple of team games with each other as well. But then something did occur. There was a bit of a dispute, if you will, between the two of them.
Yeah. Jumy and Eva, they were 2v2 partners to the end. And apparently the end was... them coming in second place in one of the Warvity TVT 2v2 tournaments, because in the next one, or in the next 2v2 cup that Eba played in, he didn't play with Jumy.
Yeah, didn't play. Did not play with him, did leave him behind. Alas, the friendship was broken, the drama was there, and now we're here to bring them back together, to force them to play together. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let us go. And again, this is gonna be best of 5 now, best of 7. As a reminder as well, they did ask me coming into this match as well, specifically Eva asked me if he could switch races in the middle of the series, and we are allowing that. So at some point we might see one kind of Eva, at another point we might see another Eva instead.
Oh, is it the one that's friendly with Jumy, or the one that is unfriendly to him? The one that initiated the divorce.
Oh no.
Which will win out in the end? Who will win out in the end? We'll see.
We'll see. We will see, as we're going to be jumping into game number 1. And we're going to be kicking off our best of 7.
Let's go.
Let us go, as game 1 is going to be on Frostline.
Apparently used to be called Snowpiercer.
Yeah.
That was trademarked. So. Regardless, we're going to be kicking off our best of 7. Best of 7 show match over here on Frostline. We're over here in the bottom left-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the bottom left. We, of course, have our blue Protoss player coming out from the land of Germany. He is, of course, going to be representing his new team, Streamer Zone. GG. He used to be 4. Now he's just
Let's go. Best of 9. Time for a best of 69, Bobby. Spawning in the top right-hand corner.
Well, I guess this is spoilers.
There we go. We have in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the land of the UK representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. There we go. Yeah, they agree.
Well,
let's go.
I wonder who wins this one.
Jimmy's like, I don't know. Only if I lose, like, no, you're stuck with me forever. Now
you gotta commit. This is why.
Yeah.
This is why.
No.
You couldn't commit. This is why I didn't choose you as my 2v2 partner. After that.
This is why I left you. Okay, we can't decide. We have to decide now. Oh,
Well, it's been decided. Good boy. Oh, this is getting too spicy for the stream.
We gotta get rid of them, mate. It's over. It's okay.
Yes. See, this is why for Jumy is the good guy in our narrative.
Exactly.
Because we think the same.
Oh god. As we're settling in, there's no probe scout, as Eva is pointing out here. Eva, he has no need for one. He's going to be settling him back at home, getting to a standard opener. And alas, Eva, he's missing the probe. He's missing it.
Yeah, but you know what, Eva, he knows Heroes of the Storm, so I gotta reevaluate. You know,
Uh-huh.
who's the good guy?
True. Also,
In the
oh,
arc.
my apologies as we're getting into this. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your
Well,
bets as who you believe will take the series.
ah, yeah, I would have said that maybe delay predictions just because of the circumstance of the chat, but yeah, I guess it's not that big of a deal. It's just a show match.
Exactly. We're diving into those predictions here. We are still in the midst of deciding how the series would even play out. Meanwhile, going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Jumy.
Indeed, it is Twilight Council opening, but you know, no scout, so a little bit of a risk. Oof. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I think I know who I'm gonna write as the bad guy in this arc.
It's true.
That's harsh.
It's
Ouch.
it is Oliva's fault. 100%. As with this Twilight
but
Council,
the redemption arc. He's sorry.
he has to. Does he mean it though? That's the thing. He has to mean it.
True.
As the Overlord is going to be denied entry to the main by the initial Stalker, we of course have confirmation is going to be Twilight Council into a Dark Shrine out of Jumy, and Iba is going to be in the dark.
Yeah, but you know what? He's not going to be the only one.
Ah,
As the mind games, I
Yeah.
love it coming out here for Jumy. He's
Jumy.
like, oh, I wouldn't want you to see to die to any DTs that I'm making. That he actually is making.
He is exactly. There is truth behind these words because again, Jumy, he doesn't lie.
Yeah, but
He's
Iba, he projects that his opponents always lie.
The projection is real. Oh no. It's a toxic relationship. As we are going to be joining up. Iba does go for safety spore crawlers in the main. Why? Because does he trust Jumy? Does he trust him?
Yeah, he's been burned too many times, you know? He's been darkened too many times.
Yeah. Exactly, Adepts, they do shade towards the third base. So far, Lings, they do collapse in. One of the drones going to be going down. Nice movement here at Iba. Is illustrated to the natural, but the Lings are in position.
Yeah, is able to chase away these Adepts for the time being. I think, yep, Iba has caught onto the shades. Never mind. I was going to say he's caught onto the shades. He's going to try to body block with his queens, but yeah, it wasn't quite the case here.
Yeah, exactly.
As it turns out.
Yeah, no sport. The third base sport's going to be repositioning. Drones are going to be going down. 7 drone kills already, and he's not done. Warping in another wave of DTs.
And the spore crawler, it has to burrow to give detection, but it will not. All of these drones are forfeit.
Exactly. 13 workers going down. The hatchery as well is going to be falling. And Jumy, you know, he's like, Papi, I even told you what I was doing. Why don't you trust me?
You never believed me. That was the problem.
You never listen. You never listen to what I have to say. Oh, Kirby. You didn't believe him. That's why there was no spore.
There was no trust.
Not like this.
You mistook his kindness for weakness.
As the fighting words are coming out as the drop lord, as the prism drop does come in. The Archons have arrived. He gets one, and he's going to be getting 3 overlords here in total. Iba moving out across the map will attempt to delay the third base. The third will finish, but the third is exposed.
Yeah, nothing back at home here for Jumy to really defend that third, but then again, Iba's army not looking too hot here on the other side. Walt Prism very, very low, but will end up surviving, will end up saving the Archons.
Yeah, meanwhile, across the map, that was a full HP third base, and as you mentioned, nothing to defend. The base goes down, and both players lose their third bases. Oh my god.
Oh, but at least it's a cancel here for Iba.
They're still making more DTs.
So, you know, he gets a little bit of a refund. Might as well. I mean, not a lot of protection here.
True. No doubt. There we go. Overseer is going to be coming in, but the DTs, they blink into the main.
Oof. Beautifully done, and sure does detection, but those roaches have a long march to get into that main.
Yeah, the Archons, they do threaten the natural, trying to buy time. DTs are going for the expansion, bit ambitious here, and Jumy, he will not get the main base. Iba, he defends at the natural, he defends in the main, but the third base gets cancelled time and time again.
Yeah, Eva could be penned back in to 2 bases. Jumy, meanwhile, was able to sneak out a 3rd base over here. He is starting to warp in back at home. And, I mean, that's a lot of links, so he doesn't want to get surrounded. He doesn't want to get caught out, but yeah, Jumy's going to eventually going to be able to deal with this. Unlike Eva on the other side of the map, who barely doesn't kill the Warp Prism.
Yeah, the Prism survives once again. DT's at neither 3rd expansion here, at least towards the top side. We can see Eba still trying to expand behind this to go for a Spire, going into Mass Muta. The Mutas, they will hunt down the Prism, but the Archons can somewhat trade, but the Archons are low, and the Archons are going to go down.
And just like that, Eba finds himself a whole ton of breathing room. He's taking map control once again with these Mutalisks. He's taking control of his life again.
Exactly, he's doing it all on his own, okay? As he hits the 3rd base, Rogue's going to be going down, the entire mineral line does fall. Archons are quite in position. There's almost no anti-air here. There's 1 Sentry, there's 1 Stalker, 2 more warping in, and the Mass Muta is overwhelming.
You know, never underestimate sentries, but yeah, at the same time, never underestimate Mutalisks either.
Oh yeah, meanwhile, DT's a blink into the main base. No detection! Uh oh.
Ooh. Yeah, I think the Spore Crawler was relocated, and yeah, that Overseer's not anywhere in position. It's slowly making its way, and there's not enough transfuses to keep that lair alive.
Yeah, the lair goes down. Overseer does try to wander in, takes down 1 DT, and even though Eba gets a mineral line, Jumy gets the main, and Eba, he's stuck on a 2-base economy, on a less than a 2-base economy.
Yeah, he is seeking out a ninja, though. I appreciate that.
True. Is getting a ninja expansion towards the center of the map. Jumy back at home, still building up his immortals, building up his stalkers. His main army is building up every time, but the Mutas still have potential.
Yeah, still very, very mobile. I mean, I think this is the first time this evening we're seeing StarCraft 2 Mutalisks. I feel like I've gotten used to the Brute War Mutalisks and how slow they are.
Yeah, Eba, he's back with those Mutas. He's being active, rotating in between the bases, trying to keep a handle here on Jumy. He cannot fight this head on, though. Again, that's a lot of Archons, and oh god!
Yeah, and these Mutas starting to box themselves in a little bit, starting to bunch up a little bit too much. Oh, there's no easy exit here for the Mutas.
Yeah, there's no easy way out. The Mutas are going to be pinned in. Likewise, the expansion is being saturated as we speak. He does try to break out. The Archons are quite in position.
Yeah, will take a couple of hits, but ultimately will escape with his life.
Yeah, Eba, he breaks free. He does break out. Behind this, still saturating his bases, getting into and rotating over into the natural base. Once again, denying some of the stack defense, killing probes and just keeping Jumy busy.
Yeah, just making sure that he can comfortably get up to his 3-base economy that he would like to his well, I say transition. It looks much more likely that Jumy's just gearing up for a +2 timing.
Yeah, he's getting to Ling, Bane, Muta. It's a risky maneuver here out of Eba. He's basically just going mass Muta. If the Archon count gets a little bit too high, then Jumy can snowball out of control. Bearing in mind, Jumy does not have Storm. He does not have a high Templar, so his Archon count is quite limited. But he is catching out a couple of these Mutas.
Yeah, Blink finished up over here for Jumy, so is able to catch a couple of these Mutas. Eba, he just wants to buy time. He draws the army away from his ninja. You'll love to see it. But Jumy, he's going to scout it anyway. And he's going to be able to send all of his immortals. They're very useful in the fight. He's going to take out the base.
Yeah, the base is going to go down. Mutas at the same time going for another counterattack towards that natural. Jumy somewhat in position here as all the Mutas, they run into the army. Up!
Yeah, a lot of them starting to get taken out. Jumy splitting his army beautifully. Once again, just locking these Mutas into position.
Yeah, it does lock them in. Nice blink. Ooh, but there's no high ground vision. There we go. Hallucination to try to gain some kind of vision here, but blink is now on cooldown, and the Mutas, they do make their way out.
And these Mutas are slippery. Yeah. They find these little gaps in for Jumy's army and just escaping with their lives.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't make it out in the end. Prism across map going for a counterattack, but last are plenty of queens, plenty of Mutas as well. We can see Eba going for another ninja expansion. We'll see if he can make use of it though, because Jumy, he's had enough waiting. He's pushing.
Yeah. This is way too much Protoss.
Yeah, 3 Archons, massive mortal, he's got Stalkers as well, and we're going for base trade. Eba, he knows he cannot fight this army, he's going for a massive counterattack instead, and we'll see if he's able to bring down the army here. Bailey's they do crash in, probes are going to be going down. Oh, but Jumy, he always has the recall, he has an army back at home.
Yeah, he has the recall, but he might not even need it. Yeah, Eba's army is a little bit scattered, and that's a lot of Stalkers and a lot of, okay, not that many Archons, but enough to really wipe out the Mutalists that Eba has in the sky.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if Eba can actually break the natural base. We have a massive wall of Stalkers. We have the Archons in position as well. Jumy does make his way into the main, is slowly pushing his way forward. Likewise, Eba also busting to natural.
Yeah, Archon goes down. 2 Archons going to go down, but that's still a lot of Stalkers. Now, keep in mind, Jumy can't remake these Stalkers, but he has that recall available to him. I don't think he's going to need to.
He's turning around. He's turning around. I mean, he killed the 3rd base. He killed the natural. The main base, I mean, he just leaves a couple of immortals to clean everything up, and he's racing back home. The mutants do have on the Stalkers, so the Stalkers are going to be falling. No detection! No!
None whatsoever. DT is going to be cleaning up these roaches, and with that, for Jumy, he may only have 6 workers, but Eba's running out rapidly. Ninja Base even gets caught out.
Yeah, Ninja Base gets found. Jumy's going to be able to shut it down. Likewise, as you mentioned, Jumy, his economy may be in the gutter here, but he will be able to survive. Will be able to shut down these mutants, and he's killing every building across the map.
Yeah, eventually he can just get the victory. Like a kill victory, but I don't think he's gonna need to.
Yeah, GG's called. GG gets called. There was like 2 buildings left, and Jumy takes game number 1.
GG. Well, we're getting a best of 7 regardless, as Jumy, he committed either way. You know, the terms initially were if he loses, but in the end, you know, well, twas willing to compromise.
You say that Eba forced it, okay? I don't know if there was agreement between the players. Eba, he is going to be, of course, enforcing the best of 7 rule set here. So we are getting to that best of 7. Yeah. And game 2 is going to be on Abyssal Reef.
Ooh! A little bit more old school. Neither of these players were pro back then.
So you're going to say they were born.
They were in the map pool. No, they were already born.
Yeah.
They were just kind of young, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Still learning to walk as we were all under the sea, and here we go. We're getting into game number 2.
And they learned to swim first. That's pretty impressive. But regardless, yes, we're getting into game number 2 of our best of 7 show match here, our PVZ show match, and over here in the top bottom right-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the bottom right-hand corner, but also in chat, cheering for his opponent, funnily enough. We have our blue Protoss player coming down from the land of Germany. He is, of course, going to be representing Streamer Zone GG. He is the protagonist, question mark, of Arcade Trauma. We have Jumy.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the land of the UK representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Eba.
This is why we make Jumy the protagonist. Sportsmanship. You know?
Yeah, there you go. We have the GLHF.
Didn't have to. Yeah. Neither of them had to GLHF, but Jumy. GLHF.
Yeah. There you go. I don't think Eva knows how. I don't think they know how this game works. I'll be honest. I don't think they understand. God damn it. Este Jumy, Este Eva. They're like, we can say whatever we want. They can't see us. They can't. They don't know.
Oh, we can talk shit.
Oh no. What I was gonna say here is that Jumy, of course, initially did ponder the idea of having a best of 7. Clearly, he just wants to spend more time with Eva. Just wants to spend more time with
true. Her. Yeah, he knows that you know, if this is potentially gonna be one of the last times they see each other, so you know you gotta savor it. Gonna be a best of 69.
Exactly. Let's go. As we do have our initial openers, once again, by the way, 2 games in a row, Jumy, no probe scout. which means he's allowing Eba to expand every time.
Ah, look at that. He's so gracious.
Yeah. It's nice.
Yeah.
There you go. I mean, sure, he DT'd the hell out of Eba, but remember, he told him.
Yeah.
He did tell him. No. As Eba is going to be going in with the Overlord Scouts, and this time, Jumy, his tech of choice is going to be not a Twilight Council, but a Stargate.
Yeah, switching things up considerably here. I'm not used to these lings not being bipedal. I'm not gonna lie, Light.
Yeah, there's less spikes on their tails as well. You know, they're smooth, if you will.
Yeah, hunched over a little bit. So, you know, these are the lings that are me. It's crawling on all fours, no hair.
Jumy didn't lose any workers, by the way, so it's very clean defense there to Jumy. No. Very nicely done. And across the map, he does get into the mineral line. Oh.
Yeah, conversely, Eva's going to be losing workers. So.
Yeah, 2 drones going to be going down. A bit of a rougher start here for Eba. The Adepts, they do keep going in. He wants another drone. Does shade into the main.
We'll be taking out another drone.
3 drone kills across the map. Very nice trades here out of Jumy. And behind this, I assume was going to be going for an Oracle opener, but no, he's going to be going for the Phoenix. I mean, Oracle into Phoenix. True.
True.
The salt is coming out a little bit here for
Eba kind of got the worst deal out of that.
He did, yeah.
The worst deal out of settlement, you know? He's now realizing, yeah.
You know, this might the prenup. This game may make him play Protoss. By the way, we have yet to experience the Protoss Eva, but he does deny the third. Not bad.
Yeah, got a couple of lings popping out.
Oh.
We'll be trying to keep Jumy contained, but we have the Oracle from earlier did get recalled. We'll be able to clean out the rest of the lings. I mean, already Eba's getting some decent damage with those slings. Just delaying the third base in itself is pretty worthwhile. I say that, but I don't think Jumy wants this game to last much longer because that is a 2-base fleet beacon.
Yeah, he's rushing into Sky Toss. Either going to be a rush into double Tempest production or double Carrier production. Either way, Jumy, he's just rushing into what he does best, the Sky Toss. I mean, I should say what is done best on Abyssal Reef, as this map is very defendable. Very defendable on 2, 3, 4, 5 bases. So this is the map where you can rush into Sky Toss in such a way. But I don't know if you noticed, Eba rushed into a very fast lair, and he's rushing into Hydras.
Yeah, so on low numbers, he's actually going to be able to defend against an early Tempest Rush or an early Carrier Rush. It all depends on whether or not Eba banks his units.
Yeah, and Jumy, I wonder if he did scout. He did confirm the early lair timing. That is a bit of a tell that something is amiss. This was around a 4:30 lair into a fast Hydroden. Oracles are coming in for a scout. Jumy trying to get a read on what's going on. He does see the gases, and technically this could be a fast Hydras. It could also be a fast Spire into Mutaplay as well. So Jumy still has to piece it all together here as to what's going on as carriers are on the way.
Yeah, carriers, generally a good bet, regardless. But, yeah, he's going to have to be careful with them. He doesn't want to just trickle them in one after the other.
Yeah, as we do see Jumy poking in, gets eyes an extra gas geysers as well. Adepts a shade in towards the natural base, confirming the gas is at least at the natural. He's going to be cleaned up though. Eba will shut down the Adepts as carriers are building up, and Eba himself is not actually aware of what's going on.
Just happily expanding back at home. Oracle finally gets dealt with, but I believe Jumy was able to confirm the Hydras.
Yeah, I believe so. Meanwhile, Jumy, I mean, with fast Hydras comes a Nidus Worm. Let's go. So it's going to be an early Nidus attack here from from Eba. And Jumy, will he have enough anti-air or have enough in the air to survive? He is going to barely have 3 carriers. In a couple of seconds, 3 carriers, that may be enough.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on how early he scouts, right? How early he's going to be able to intercept the Nidus, and, you know, whether or not he's going to be able to get in a good position, you know, maybe deny some high ground vision here from Eba.
Yeah, Eba is cutting workers at 3-base saturation, so he's going for a 3-base all-in mass Hydra with Ling reinforcements. Roxa being knocked down. Eba, he's pushing towards that third, and Jumy is still unaware as to what's going on, but the carries are revealed. Oh my god.
They have revealed themselves. We don't quite have critical mass yet, so I'm worried for Jumy. I'm not sure if moving across the map like this is the right call.
Yeah, I like this from Eva. He saw the carriers, he backs off, he's reinforcing. Ideally, he wants to try to catch the carriers out on the map.
And he's got to bunch up his Hydras together. He's got to jump right underneath these carriers and ideally not have to deal with the interceptors individually. He's regrouping with a much larger army, and Jumy, he's got no forces here. Back home, he's got no defenses. Force recall.
There we go. There's a recall. Back at home, only one shield battery. More side defenses on the way. He does engage with the Hydras, but there's so many Hydras, and the interceptors, they're just not enough of them. There's not enough here on the ground. Not enough not enough Protoss, not enough Sky Toss.
Yeah, interceptors very quickly getting dealt with one after the other. It takes time and it takes money to remake all of these interceptors. Just as a reminder, we have another Nidus Worm popping out just behind the natural base. And if we just look at that supply, Jumy, he can't afford to split up his army.
Yeah, exactly. And Eva, he blindly went into a Hydra rush, into a Hydra all-in. He had no idea as to what he was pushing into until, I mean, he was already across the map. He gets a kill on the natural. He can rotate over towards the natural as well, jumping in and out of the Nidus. The carrier count is getting quite high, though. That is a lot of carriers, but it's not going to be enough. GG gets called, and Eva, he fights back.
That was a lot of carriers, but barely any interceptors, so... In the end, doesn't really matter how many carriers you have out. GG, Eba could be fighting back, tying up our series 1-1. Jordan's still got a lot of fight in him, yeah?
Yeah, GG, well played. I appreciate the build out of Jumy, but again, Eba, he was having none of it. Ahead of time, he was preparing with the fast lair into the fast Hydra rush. Again, he had no confirmation in the main base as to what was going on, but he committed nonetheless, and he was able to, just buy his time, once he saw the carriers, able to just bank up extra Hydras and snowball out of control from there. As you pointed out as well, Jumy wasn't really aware of the Hydra all-in that was coming his way, so back at home, he was missing side defense. He had one shield battery at the third base, so he just wasn't ready for the assault, for the attack. As I don't know if you can hear it, oh my god, very quickly, just as the game ends,
about that.
Yeah, just as the game ends, everyone, happy new year. Happy new year, everyone, as we have just reached midnight here in Australia. Can you hear those fireworks? Can you?
I heard a...
Okay. they're popping off right now. Oh my god. I can see them off in the distance.
We're in the future.
We are. So happy new year, one and all. Again, this is also a reason as to why we did host the show matches here at this time, to celebrate the new year together. So welcome everyone to 2025. We smell burning in the air. Yaku, I'm sure that's also a reason why, as to potentially why you smell burning as well. And if fireworks are also going to be popping off over where you are, but regardless, Happy New Year.
PM, so.
True.
Yeah, for a while.
I mean, here the fireworks, they start early.
And also it rained earlier today, so.
True.
we might still see fireworks. It stopped raining.
Okay, fair enough. But Feliz Año Nuevo, papi. Feliz. How do you say Happy New Year in Mandarin? There you go. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but okay.
Hongbao Nalai.
Okay. Take it away.
Hey, it's funny over here in the top right hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the top right. We of course have our blue Protoss player coming down from the land of Germany. They're still living in the past over there, so you know. It's time to embrace the future. We have our blue Protoss player. He is going to be representing Streamer Zone. We have negotiating maps. It is Jumy.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player from the land of the UK representing the platinum here. Oh! It is Eva!
Yeah, boy!
He's his king, Bobby.
The feelings are back.
They're back.
The regret.
It's like they started spending time together. They're playing team games again for the first time. Let's go.
The memories. This is where we play the flashback sequence.
Yes, yes. Exactly, exactly. Oh no, not like this. As it was an early Ling, it was an early story pool timing here out of Iba. Lings have arrived. They do threaten the expansion. Behind this, Iba is going for his own natural base, going for delayed gases, and he does keep Jumy pinned back at home. As Jumy just slapping away.
Jumy.
Yeah, he's rejecting him. He's like, "You're my king." And he's like, "You're an animal."
Yeah. You bloody donkey. He knew that Babylings was gonna pop up in the chat, so that's why.
There you go, there you go. As we are gonna be settling in.
Oh yeah, the donkey.
I mean, what I was gonna say here is that I don't blame Iba for going for an earlier pool. If you remember, Lings, they do slip into the main. But if you remember, Jumy did not probe scout in game 1 or game 2. No probe scout whatsoever. But he did probe scout here in game 3. So there was a probe scout. Yeah. So in the end, that's why he was able to prepare in time. Lings, they do slip into the middle line. Probes are going down.
It's almost like they know each other.
True.
It's almost like, he's familiar with what Iba likes to do in these sorts of scenarios.
Exactly, exactly. Almost. Remember our time spent together. As we do have our initial Stargate opener out of Jumy. Supply blocking Iba.
Well, it's a Stargate now, but it was actually a Twilight Council. Initially, he canceled it after Iba scouted.
Okay.
Then he threw it down. You'll love to see it.
Exactly, and there's a lot going on here. So as you mentioned, Jumy is going to be going for the Stargate. Iba is not fully aware. Checking the vision, Iba only saw the Twilight Council. He did not see the switch, and Iba staying on 2 bases that much longer. Iba rushing to a fast lair. Very fast lair. Even faster than last game.
Very ambitious, yeah. He'll be getting a Roach Warren out now, and the wall wasn't quite a full wall, but now it is, and we do have quite a couple of units to really plug that hole. Oracle going to be coming out. Jumy going to be... I'm not sure if he's going to be... Yeah, he's not rallying across the map just yet, but that could actually be troublesome. He doesn't realize that roaches are going to be coming out after the Lings.
Yeah, and I'm curious what the lair is going to be spent on. I'm curious if this is going to lead into a roach all-in from the side of Iba, as he is walling up. I mean, you can see he's getting ready for Glaive Adepts. He's getting ready to fully wall off against Glaive Adepts. Little does he know that there's no Glaives. I mean, there's no Adepts. It's just Oracle.
Yeah. Oracles that can help defend, although by not as effectively against roaches. I do like the roach follow-up for Biba, is what I'm getting at. You know, he's playing things safe right now, but he can continue to bank units and go for a counterattack once he realizes, wait a minute, it's not a Twilight Council anymore.
Yeah, the players are saturating. Jumy's getting a starbase behind this. The army has arrived, and the Oracles are making their way across the map as well. Iba is not quite ready. He cancels a Spore. He believes, again, that it is a Twilight Council. I mean, he sees all the Adepts.
Yeah, he sees all the Adepts, but he also sees that they're glaiveless, and so he's got to be scratching his head a little bit right now. As the Oracles don't reveal themselves quite yet, but they're getting ready in position, and now they reveal themselves, and Iba, he's kicking himself.
And Iba, right now...
He's kicking himself like a donkey.
I can... Do they kick themselves? I can hear it already. Iba, he's saying, hey, I thought you don't lie. I thought you always told the truth, huh, Jumy? Huh? What's going on?
Yeah. Iba, he's getting ready for his big monologue. He's like, betrayer. In truth, I was the one betrayed.
He's like, this is why I don't trust you anymore, Jumy, okay? Yeah. You one day you told me the truth, the other you lied to me to my face. You know, how do I know when you're being serious? How do I know when you're being real?
He's like, you see, it wasn't just my fault.
Oh god. As additional Oracles have arrived.
Yeah, I was kind of down in the defenses here for Jumy, but it looks like when you have enough zealots and you have a good surround, that's all you really need. Immortal gonna be out as well, so yeah, Jumy gonna be forcing this back. Iba going all in.
I mean, yeah,
that's
he's forced all in, right? Because of all those drone kills, he lost so many workers across the map. Iba is down to 39 workers. He has to all in here and now, but now there's an Immortal. GG. And Jumy, he does a big brain his opponent. Jumy takes a lead. Oh my god.
GG. Oof.
I'm
Ouch.
I'm
Howie.
telling you, man.
That
Again, the cancel tech, like Evo was completely deceived. Like he believed it was the Twilight
yeah.
Council. He believed that there was going to be a ground army, and it was completely caught off guard.
Yeah. Fully. That was actually a 100% serious question from Eba. That was a 100% concern because Jumy, he doesn't go for tricks like that. He's genuinely worried something's up with Jumy. That Jumy would be so sneaky.
There you go. Look, Jumy's a changed man, okay? In their time apart, Jumy, he's been experimenting and exploring his own self, if you will, and he's found that, you know what? Sometimes, you know, deception, it can work in your favor. True.
Look, you know, pain, it changes people.
It does. It does. Really, it's Eba's fault. Like, Eba made him do it. I'm still on Jumy's side. As we're getting into our next game here, as we're getting into as Jumy takes a lead. Oh
yeah.
Oh my god!
In this best of 7 series, and oh boy, here we go. We're getting into game number 4, and you know what? We just said pain changes people, and Eba, he was. Pardon me, I choked on myself. He was deeply hurt after that game, after that deception.
Yep, and that means that now he's playing seriously. He is playing his main race.
Indeed, he is. We are going to be continuing our best of 7 match here on Amygdala. We're here in the top right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the top right. We have our blue Protoss player coming out from the land of Germany. He is, of course, going to be representing his team, Streamer Zone. Call him Starscream, because you wouldn't expect him to be a Decepticon. We have Jumy.
Why is he Starscream and not Megatron? What's going on?
Because Megatron, right from the beginning, he's... Well, I guess Starscream also at the beginning, but, you know, in that one CGI cartoon, Starscream, like, switched sides 20 times.
He did,
so
he did, yeah.
He switched from Decepticon to Autobot to Decepticon to Autobot.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
You know...
Funny. Oh, God.
I was just gonna say, I'm liking this. I'm liking the pain. I'm liking the drama coming out here. You know, he's not holding anything back anymore. Eba, the gloves are off.
The gloves are off.
He doesn't have to play with kitty gloves anymore.
Yeah.
You know, he knows that Jumy, he's a different man. He's a different man. Eba doesn't have to play nice.
The pants are down. Here we go. Sporting in the bottom left corner, we have him himself. We have the Protoss, not the Zerg player from the UK. It is, for the Platinum Heroes, Eba. You wanted me to scout. The mind games. He's going for the proxy. Oh, he did.
He did, actually. Oof.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The 4D chess mace made. Jumy, he is one step ahead.
I love to see it.
I can't confirm if it was or wasn't the 12 pool. I wasn't quite paying attention at the time. 15, 14. It's fine. Look, it's all the same to Jumy, okay? It's just an early pool. Whatever.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Look, a pool, it's a pool. They're all early.
Uh-huh.
We have double proxies coming out, by the way. Well, I say double proxies. Eba didn't commit for proxy.
There we go. We have the proxy Stargate out of Jumy. We have the regular Stargate out of Eba. Eba, he is looking for the proxy, and it looks like Eba, he will barely miss the Stargate.
Oh!
Yaku, you're a little bit
painful.
younger than I am. What does Riddy mean? What does RTTY mean? Is that a thing? Is that
Riddy, you know?
Yeah?
Yeah, you get Riddy with it.
Yeah. Well, you don't know. You just
you get Riddy, yeah.
Yeah? You're Riddy. Oh, God.
Fucking Riddy's weak. You're Riddy. No, wait. fucking leads already.
What are you even saying? What are you even... As we do have the Oracle diving into the main, the Oracle does dive in, nothing in position, probes are going to be going down. Thankfully there is a shield battery, so that will save some of these workers. Eba going to try to commit across the map, sending out his stalkers, but we're on Amygdala. It takes a long time to get across the map, and we're getting even more probe kills, 5 kills in total, and no anti-air.
None. I was gonna say none yet, but yeah, none whatsoever. As the Oracle does pop out, Stalkers, as you mentioned, did finally make it back home, but yeah, too little too late at this point, it feels.
Yeah, as we do have Eba moving out across the map, going for his own counterattack, but Jumy, he's aware, he's already in position. There's a shield battery in the middle line, Stalkers are warping in to defend back at home, and the second Oracle has arrived, but there are Stalkers in position, and Eba, this time he will defend, but he is going to be playing from behind, at least economically.
Yeah, it's very much an uphill battle here from Eba. You know, I thought he was already in his villain arc, but no, apparently I haven't seen nothing yet. I haven't seen nothing yet. This is now Eba entering his villain arc.
Exactly.
Because, oh boy, if that was anything to turn somebody to the dark side, I feel like this would be it.
Oh no, not like this, Pappy, not like this. As the Phoenix has arrived, does end up catching an Oracle, very nicely done. We can see Jumy trying to intercept, he does reinforce with those Stalkers, and can he save the Oracle? Up!
Gonna try, the high energy Oracle will go down.
Yeah,
and the Phoenix will live, so good pick off here from Eba.
Yeah, at the same time, Oracle does hit the natural, gets 2 probe kills, Eba getting some damage. Jumy still has a worker lead, but he does at least Eba is able to bounce back in some way, shape, or form. He's able to claw, is clawing the way back in. Still trying to expand, still trying to saturate. Behind this, Jumy does go into immortal production.
Yeah, just really rounding himself off.
No shield battery.
Well, thankfully there are Stalkers to chase his way for now.
Likewise, the Phoenix as well. The Oracle is forced to recall, but does get 2 probe kills in the main. Actually done here by Jumy, and again, without a shield battery, this main base is still very exposed, so Jumy can always try to dive back in. Likewise, Eba going for the stasis here at the natural.
Quick moves out of Jumy though. Oh, the spray! I love it.
The Doge in the face of the stasis.
Oh
my
it's just
God.
gonna be stuck there forever, yeah, in stasis.
These goddamn millennials.
It's a very excitable Doge. It's a very good boy.
It is, he is, yeah. It's got that poke face going on. Love to see it. As Jumy is pushing out, he is committing here. We do have the Immortal, we have Force Field as well. Blink is not done for either player, so Force Fields are going to be a big factor for both sides in this next engagement.
And it's looking to be the killing blow coming out here. Or Jumy, rather, is looking to get the killing blow, but we'll see if he's able to really land it. Shield battery out of energy, and unfortunately no energy on the Nexus for an energy overcharge.
Yeah,
Immortal will get walled in, but it's an Immortal versus Stalkers.
Yeah. Exactly, and there's a Warp Prism. Warp Prism is there to juggle. He can juggle back, of course. The Phoenix does come in from behind, but the Phoenix is going to be targeted down. The Immortal does survive, and Jumy, he's breaking through.
Like so. GG is called, and Jumy finds himself a match point, you know? If he didn't agree to the terms, or he would have already won.
Yeah.
But he agreed to Eba's terms early on, so... The series is going to continue. Jumy, he finds himself with a very solid lead here, but it ain't over till it's over. And let me tell you, Eba, he's going to be harnessing some dark energy here coming into the rest of the series. I would be worried if I was Jumy right now.
Yeah, here we go. Eba, he is out for blood, and we'll see if Eba commits to the Protoss or if he does switch things up. Again, he was caught off guard by the proxy Stargates. Jumy was able to take a lead from there, able to get ahead, able to maintain that lead as well, and we'll see if Eba can bounce back in this series and make his way towards a longer series, towards even that ace match as well, as our next game is going to be on Ley Lines.
Indeed, we are. Game number 5? Yeah, game number 5. Yeah, I can count.
Yeah, it's good. We are getting into game number 5 here, and we're going to be loading into Ley Lines. It looks like we have made our decision. We're done with the PvPs. Eba is going to be embracing Zerg instead.
Oh no. That cannot end well for him. As we continue our series now, spawning on ley lines. Very magical map, where over here in the top right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the top right, we have our blue Protoss player coming out from the land of Germany. You know, I'm still on his side, but this could be a Breaking Bad situation. You know, he could flip. We'll see what happens in the remainder of the series. He could flip from protagonist to antagonist. We'll see. Spawning over here in the top right, we have our blue Protoss player hating on some of these maps. He is going to be representing Streamer Zone. We have Jumy. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know, Iba, he makes a request, and Jumy, he accepts it here. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, going for the hatch block here at the natural, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player from the land of the UK representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Iba.
And just as a reminder to viewers back at home, this was meant to be a best of 5. We already escalated to a best of 7. And now potentially are going to escalate to a best of 9? I'm so glad we were able to cast this. I'm so glad we were able to book these players for our Duckling Showdown this time, Light.
You know what this is, Yaku? You know what this is? This is just a one big therapy session for Jumy and Eva, okay? They're able to just, you know, vent on each other, vent their frustrations, you know, make sure that everyone gets heard as well, and you know what? They can settle the differences here in StarCraft and come together, I'm sure, by the end of it.
Yeah, this is how people settle their differences in the EU, right? They just punch each other.
Oh yeah.
Until they get tired.
Exactly. And then at the very end, they play sweet like 2v2.
Oh yeah. They punch each other, and then that's how, you know, the connection is made. They're like, I understand you now. It's very anime.
It is. It's very weeaboo. You're not wrong.
Ironically, here in Asia, our way of dealing with settling differences is to be passive aggressive.
They're gonna say is to just not talk to the other person. You just.
I mean, that's part of it, you know.
Yeah,
that is part of the passive aggression.
It just festers within until one day you just go all out and you just get rid of them. It's just over. It's oh god.
Yeah. Well, before that happens, you're secretly hoping that they just leave. The wall's not a wall, by the way.
It's not a wall.
They're able to stream on through.
They do stream in. I mean,
Protoss units.
Yeah, the adept count, the Zelda count. Oh, the creep tumor is denied. The queen is going to go down, and Jumy, he will eventually clean this up. And back at home, Eva expands, and Eva is droning.
Yeah. So mission accomplished? Question mark for Eva?
Yeah, I mean,
he delays the natural.
He does. He delays the natural quite heavily, but now he has to deal with kind of the bed that he has made here. He has to sleep in the bed, I should say, as we have 4 adepts and 1 zealot, and we're about to go for a counterattack.
Yeah. Funny enough, that was one of the issues.
What, that Jumy wouldn't make the bed? Or that Eva wouldn't sleep in it? What do you... Oh, God.
These Zoomers, man, they don't know how to make the bed.
They don't. SMH my hedge.
Yeah.
Get ready with it.
Yeah.
God.
So ready.
Oh, God. As we do have Jumy dipping into the bases again. 5 adepts here for Jumy alongside the Zealot. Eva is amassing Lings though. He has a Ling speed now kicking in, and we'll see what Jumy can get done as he does try to skirt his way in between the bases.
Yeah, ideally going to be able to delay the 3rd base for as long as possible. Has to be very, very careful here. He does not want to get his adepts surrounded by all these Lings. Big supply block here for Eva.
Yeah, the overload went down, the expansion as well. As you mentioned, Eva, he can't make any units here, but he still has a massive amount of Lings, and he's going for the surround.
Yeah, but a recall was popped in time.
Did recall in time. Do have our Twilight Council on the way for Jumy. I mean, Stargate in a Twilight Council all on 2 bases. Bear that in mind. So Jumy is going to be more aggressive. Meanwhile, Eva still trying to break free from that supply block. Still not quite there. And we have our tech of choice going into Glaives.
Because might as well, after making this many adepts. And you know what? Might as well to also kind of trigger the PTSD of Eva. He was expecting Glaives on Ultra Love, just as a reminder. But instead, he got a face full of oracles. This time, it actually is going to be Glaives.
There you go. Glaives is on the horizon here. We do have Eva just building up. Still messing up more Lings and going for his own Baneling Nest. So we have the potential for a Bane Blast here from Eva. It is not easy dealing with Mass Adept with Ling Bane, but it is possible. As long as we're able to lock down the army and connect with those Banelings, Eva can deal with this.
It all comes down to positioning and also having the units. Having enough units available. Eba, he anticipates the attack, so he's making nothing but Lings right now. This is the right call.
Yeah, here we go. He is committing to his own all-in. Jumy does skirt around the edge of the map. Eba completely misses the move out. Now the adepts are revealed.
Yeah, and those Banelings are still in the middle of transitioning. They are now available, but we also have a stasis ward. Already gets popped, and just like that, Eba, he's got his opening.
The Banelings do crash in, they do connect, stasis goes off. Oh my god, a couple of them are barely safe. At the same time, Eba is setting up across the map for a big counterattack as well. Queens, they try to maintain the souls, they take down one of the oracles, but the Queens are going down.
Yeah, it was a very clutch stasis right towards the end there, but I feel like the damage has already been done here for Eba. Jumy just doesn't really have that many adepts. Now he's got some reinforcements though, and more importantly, he's got Glaives.
Yeah, Glaives are done. The adepts, they do bust into the mineral line across the map though. Adepts are going to be going down. No, they're barely holding on. And GG gets called. Jumy does take the game here on ley lines.
GG, yeah. I was worried there for a sec, lad. I was really worried for Jumy, but once again, he's going to be continuing this streak, and now he's just 1 game away from winning the best 9.
Yeah, exactly, as he will take it in the end. And yeah, as you mentioned, they did agree on the best of 9. I thought it was
love to see it.
I thought it was a best of 7. I don't know what's happening anymore, I'll be honest.
It's something that, you know, we don't always request, but it's kind of a nice thing when players do send in replays. If we're gonna have a replay cast or something like that, we do ask them to just send in more, so that you know, we're not spoiled as to what the score is immediately. You know, if it's a best of 5 and we only see 3, then it's like, oh well, I guess it's a 3-0 one way or another. So that's something we don't always ask this, but it's nice when the players do add more. And we kind of thought that was a similar situation here. No. Wasn't.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Jumy and Eba, again, they just want to spend more time with each other. That's all they want. They just want to spend more time with each other, and we are all here for it as we are loading into our next game. We're going to be loading into El Dorado.
Oh, City of Gold.
Let's go.
What does Dorado mean, actually?
It means gold. Yeah,
just gold. So El Dorado is the gold.
Yeah.
Should it be Los Dorado?
What?
Los Dorados? Or something like that? Because we have Los Angeles, right? So the angels. So
yeah, that's a little bit different
what
though.
Do we call,
because the angels, like they're like being
gold.
like El Dorado, like
Los Dorados. Los Dorado? El Los Dorado.
No, right? That's not how it works. That's not.
Los Dorado? The City of Gold? It's like Because Los is city, right? Or is it not?
Let's go.
Anyway, we're gonna be continuing our best. We're gonna be continuing our best of 5 into a best of 7 into now a best of 9. I'm gonna be continuing our best of 5 into game number 6, where over here in the bottom right-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the bottom right, we have R. Here we go. We have R.
they can't
I
see
like
math.
He's like, I already won, mate. I already won. They're doing the math. This is the problem. They're doing math while playing. They're gonna lose here. No matter who wins, they both lose. Math, man. Anyway, regardless, here we have in the bottom right, in the blue, we have our blue Protoss player coming down from the land of Germany,
The reversal.
representing representing Streamer Zone as well as his sanity. He's fighting for the right to put a 4 in his name. He's currently up 4-1 in this best of 9. We have Jumy.
They're both terrible negotiators.
Yeah.
They're both just awful. And sporting the one hand corner, we have this at the Zurich player from the end of the UK for the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva.
Look, we gotta hook him up with some counsel. We gotta. They didn't learn. The first thing you're supposed to do in a breakup, you lawyer up. Neither of them did that.
Is that what you do when you? What are you talking about?
That's what I was told you're supposed
to do.
What do you mean?
Are
you supposed to
lawyer up? You need to get a prenup as well. You need to make sure
supposed to go to the gym first.
I
know it's one of the two that you're supposed to do first. When you're in a rocky relationship,
you take the kids.
Neither of them got a lawyer.
Just take them.
They're just negotiating amongst themselves. This is why it's so messy.
You gotta
hook them up.
You gotta get it all in writing. Okay, that's what we're learning here. Okay, you can't get an agreement for a best of 9 without getting it written down. Make sure that it's all on pen and paper. Right, that's binding. That's what it is.
Exactly. Make sure you have it signed in blood.
Wait.
Make sure you cut your palms open and then have that handshake.
Yeah. You gotta shake the hands.
Blood brother.
Yep. And then get like an infection because of that. Just touching open wounds. Oh no. Double Stargate.
And make sure it's Double Stargate coming out here from Jumy. He is not holding anything back. I'm waiting to see if we have a fleet beacon, but only time will tell. You gotta have the pipe. Both gotta smoke from the same pipe.
And here we go. As Jumy, oh my god, calm down, Jumy, calm down. As does open Double Stargate. Meanwhile, Eba rushing into a very early lair, sub 4-minute lair timing out of Eba. Double Stargate, I would imagine Mass Phoenix out of Jumy. There we go. Phoenix production has begun.
Yeah. I just want to point out, by the way, the drama is not contained just to the maps. We have them in chat now.
Oh no.
We have them live. What do you have to say for yourselves?
Oh no. We can get into that after this use. We'll get into there's a lot to delve into.
We'll bring him in for the interview.
Ooh, as for now, we are going to be getting into some Dropper Lords here. Okay, so it is going to be a Dropper Lord based all-in by Eba, a German taxi, if you will, as Queens are amassing a Dropper Lord. Oh my god, I assume it was Dropper Lords, never mind. He's changing his mind. He's going for the Nidus.
Yeah, you know what? Nidus can't be hit by Phoenixes.
Now, I already see a world. I'm a little bit concerned here if this Overlord goes down ahead of time and the Nidus is denied. Meanwhile, Depths they do get across the map, and so far there's nothing here to defend, only Queens. Oh no.
Yeah, Depths gonna be splitting themselves up there. Good target firing coming out from Jumy. A lot of them going down. More importantly, does he scout the Nidus?
I mean, there's no Lings. There's no Lings to speak of. There's no Roaches. There's nothing here. Only Queens to defend. They're having a hard time. 12 drones going to be going down. Depths say shade towards the third base. Jumy, he's not done.
No, he is not. 13 drones go down. And if you didn't see the Nidus before, he does now.
Exactly. Void Ray is on the way. He does find the Overlord. The Nidus is denied. And from here, Jumy, he has map control, and there's just nothing to counterattack. Again, it's only Queen. That's all there is. Queens and drones.
Nothing but Queen.
Oh no. It's a fake.
It's a fake out. Hell yeah.
Oh,
this
God.
This is how you save face.
Exactly.
That's a life hack for all of you back home.
Yeah, I meant to be scouted. I meant to lose all the drones.
I was testing you.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. You failed the test. Why are you killing me? Oh no.
Yeah, Eva now gonna have to scramble to not only expand, but also defend at the same time, which it's a pretty tough ask after losing that many drones.
Yeah, he's trying to resaturate his bases. We do have more workers going down, overlords as well, and Jumy, he's amassing Void Rays, going to charge us as well. Charge Void Ray, not a composition you see too often here, but Jumy, he has a lot of freedom to kind of take it which way he pleases. Phoenixes are going to be going down to the Spores, so some losses here and there, and Eva, he still commits, he goes for the Nidus.
What's he gonna attack? Oh, is he gonna... Is he gonna mine out?
He can expand, he can take the base.
He can take the base and then mine out. He's got drones nearby.
Yeah, as the Void Rays have arrived, they knock down the forward expansion. Likewise, it ends up knocking down the other fourth base as well. And Eva, he's being denied his bases.
For now. Drones go into Nidus and they're gonna pop out. They're rallied straight towards the gold. Yo, he's not gonna... No, he still needs to build a hatchery there, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess he can go back into the Nidus and then just go back and forth. I don't know if we thought this through here, as the wall is still up and running. The Queens are lifted. Void Rays, they go ham. One Void Ray is going to go down. Clutch Transfuse here with the power of the Transfuse. Eva, he's holding on.
Yeah, Jumy is pseudo-sandwiching. Ajuma. That's his final form.
No.
He went from 4 Jumy to Ajuma.
He's going full Ajuma, Fabian.
The K-drama transition is complete.
As he gets in, he busts through. Oh my god.
He busts through into Immortal. So,
hey.
but now the Hydra's out.
Yeah, the Hydras are out, the Queens are out as well. I wasn't even noticing that Eva, he was amassing Hydras. He does have a threatening army, and that's a lot of Queens, that's a lot of Transfuse.
Yeah, this is actually starting to look pretty scary for Jumy. If he doesn't have Storm out yet, it's almost done though. One good Storm puts a stop to things, but that's a lot easier said than done. Another Nidus is popping out. Phoenix is not going to be too useful over here.
And not too useful, but the Queens, they're waddling in. Nidus Worm is going to finish up to spread that creep to allow for Transfuse, and the Queens are pushing towards that expansion, but the Storm is done.
Storm is done, but it's not a lot here back at home to take advantage of Storm. Storm does land. We got a lot of Transfuse, but a lot more Storm.
Yeah, the Storms do connect, but the Queens, they're breaking on through. The natural base is being broken. At the same time, Zelt's wreaking havoc across the map.
Yeah, if Eva wasn't all in before, he absolutely is now. And he's still got a pretty powerful army. He's still got a lot of Queens. You know, they did get their Transfuse taken down, but they're still alive.
Yeah, they are still alive. Nidus Worm's going to be sniped, so there's going to be no way back home. But what is the army that Jumy's building up? I mean, he has more bases, right? He has these northern expansions. He's throwing down more production. Cannons are on the way. Robos as well. Looks like Jumy, he's willing to just sacrifice his natural. He's willing to lose the main base, but he has backup bases nonetheless.
Yeah, will he be able to reinforce them in time, though? That's going to be the question, because the main is completely forfeited at this point. There's actually not that much production here. There's tech, but not production.
Yeah, with the loss of that Templar Archives, that means no more High Templar. Meanwhile, Jumy, he should be able to escape. Yeah, he does get out of the natural. He can wander back in towards the third, but the main base is going to be shut down. The Nidus Swarm is going to be cleaned up behind this, and again, there's no backup Nidus back at home. He's expanding.
May as well. Yeah, may as well take your opponent's base. Yeah, I mean, he's not going to use it.
Yeah, true. Yeah, the expansion is being taken. We can see Jumy threatening a dive, really trying to keep the army pinned into the main. He has plenty of feedbacks.
Yeah, he wants that choke point. He wants to nail the Storm.
No Transfuse, no creep. True.
Yeah, no creep. Yeah, he's just waiting. He's just waiting for it.
Yeah, there we go.
Like so.
Storm on the ramp. We got feedbacks as well. Oh my god, he goes through the storm! Oh my god.
One of the most painful ramps I think I've ever seen. So many storms gonna be landing left and right. We do have creep over here though, so Transfuse is available. The Queens are so low. but they're alive, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, they tank the storms. They barely break through. They break out of the expansion. At the same time, Ling Hydra hitting the northern base, but we do have reinforcements piling in here. We have Zealots. We still have more storms. We still have more immortals as well. And Jumy, he does hold on. Iba, though, he is waddling. He's breaking out. He does get eyes on the would-be expansion. He can't deny it.
Yeah, he's gonna. I mean, what does Jumy really have to contest this?
Just not enough. The base does go down. Jumy's building up, but a big factor here is the side defense, the cannons, the shield batteries. Because of that, Iba can't break through, and Iba, he's going back home. He's droning.
Yeah, kind of has to at this point. It's kind of knocked them both down into equal footing. Well, I say equal.
Oh, no.
Jumy still has
the
higher.
No transfuse.
No transfuse. Ah, the Zealots having an absolute field day on top of those queens. A couple of storms gonna be zoning away some of these hydras, and yeah, I was gonna say Jumy having the better economy and now also having the better army.
Yeah, he's building up to 5 immortals. He has Storm, he has Archons, he has Chargelets. He's getting his third base. Iba, he is up on bases, but the drone count is not what it needs to be. And Zealots, oh, they do go for a big counterattack thanks to that proxy. Drones are going down to the queens. They get caught out.
They all go down. They all fall down. No transfuse, no big tanky units. These hydras are in a lot of trouble. One good storm, and they're done.
Yeah, exactly. One storm is going to be all it takes here to bring down Iba. Iba does have a high hydra count, and there is only one high Templar. Bear that in mind. So Iba, he can try to engage with that concave across the map. I forgot about the hatchery. He does reinforce with some hydras, but the hatchery is going to get caught out.
Yeah, forces units to be warped in back home instead of across the map, so it's something.
Yeah, storms, they do fan out. One immortal goes down. The boys are being pulled.
Yeah, some good dodge on the storms here from Iba, and yeah, actually, it's going to be enough to take out this army.
Yeah, exactly. Again, the boys are pulled just in time. Very nice surround. Iba, he does hold. He does shut down the army. But at a cost, Iba, his drone count, his economy is still in the gutter here. The question, the question mark.
Just bruh.
Oh no. The double question.
Yeah.
Oh my god. As I mean, Iba did win that fight, and he's going for a counterattack, but alas, that's a lot of high tempo, that's a lot of storms.
And he's just chilling, he's getting ready, you know. I mean, this is the story of the game, right? It's both of them winning the battles when they're defenders, but neither of them really able to clutch things out when they go across the map. Jumy playing with one hand, the other hand eating a kebab.
Let's go. Mate, Jumy's eating right. Let's go. He's having his Christmas dinner. Iba coming in with those flanking hydras as he comes in. Big shout out to Percival in the chat. Annyeong haseyo. Happy New Year's all that are joining us here. Welcome to the Duckling Showdown. GG gets called, and Jumy, he will take the best of 9, 5-1.
Friendship prevails in the end. GG. Oh man, I'm not gonna lie, I was worried I wasn't gonna be available today, but I'm glad I was in the end, because that was a magical best of 9 that we just witnessed.
That was a magical moment here between both Iba and Jumy, and there is a fairy tale ending to this story, because I do know that Iba and Jumy, they did rock up in the chat, but what is important is, as you were mentioning at the time, these were replays submitted to us. They were played ahead of time, and it was after this series, after this match between the two of them, that they did actually join forces and play in the 3v3 tournament that Wardy did host a couple of days ago. So the friendship was mended, and they spent all night together.
Balance has been restored.
Beautiful. Let's go. See, if he played any other race, with his IQ, he would be bronze. Oh no. We're going full Sundari in the chat, Papi. Oh my god. He's like,
It's not fully over yet, but you know. We're mending things.
Your brain is so small,
yet.
Baka. Oh no.
It's that your brain is so small. You need me to do the thinking for you. Huh? Why don't I do the thinking for you, huh?
Shaking my head. But a big shout again, thank you so much to Percival for the raid. I hope you'll be at a great stream, had a great time. Welcome as well. And also a shout out to Shiva Blaster in the chat for resubscribing for 37 months. Big shout out to Shiva Blaster. Thank you so much for the resubscription. Happy New Year.
Yeah, hearts in the chat. Shout out to everyone joining us for the new year, for the Duckling Showdown. That was one, as Kuro was pointing out, that was one long best of 5 that we just witnessed. But we're not done. Because while we may have had what was arguably the main event of the evening, we still have one more series left ahead of us. And honestly, I'm not going to lie, I didn't think it was possible, but the series that I've been even more excited for than Iba versus 4Jumy are about to have a PvP, an actual PvP this time, an NA battle, Astrea versus Trigger.
Let us go. Here we go. And again, Astrea and Trigger, they have been of course at the top of the NA region for quite some time. Also, as you mentioned, right, there's not as much of a story behind this as there was behind Jumy versus Iba. You know, the tension has been building up between Jumy and Iba for the past like half a year at this point, to reach boiling point at this point. Yeah, it has been bubbling up and since has erupted. But Trigger and Astrea as well, you know, good friends. They did, of course, spend time in Korea earlier this year. Have been both improving quite a lot.
They have. They both, good friends. They were both practice partners, and they were training together in Korea. They went out for K barbecue, and both of them got made fun of for not being able to use chopsticks correctly by the Korean players and by the wait staff. So, yeah, not as much drama, but you know what? It's Max Angel up against the rookie detective.
There you go.
There's not as much drama as so much as the ones that we're going to be writing, which, to be fair, that was also the case with Jumy versus Iba, but I mean, even more so this time.
I mean, with Trigger and Max, I mean, they're both, what I will say, or what we should say, is that they're both kind of vying for that #1 spot, right, in the NA region. They've both been improving, but because Trigger is currently in Korea and because Astrea is in the Americas, they have been missing each other in online tournaments, right? Like, Trigger's been playing in more events like TV Monday or KSL, these more like Korean focused events. Meanwhile, Astrea's been playing in the biggest Money instead, and he's playing these more NA favorite tournaments instead. And they've both been excelling, they've both been improving, but they both have been missing each other. So that is why we're bringing them and forcing them to play against each other here and now to determine who is the better player currently between Trigger and Astrea.
Yeah. What are the stakes? Well, one of the stakes is not just the money that we're going to be giving to the winner, but also it's the title, it's the crown, it's the throne for best NA player for the time being.
There you go. There you go. Also, I love in the chat, Jumy initially explained, because there was no explanation as to the extra replays, by the way. Jumy initially explained why there were so many replays, but I made him delete it. It's the Eva.
You know what? He still got him. He still got him under control, under his thumb. You know.
There you go.
May have lost a show match, but he's still under him.
Oh no.
Under his spell. So who really won in the end?
Who really won in the end? Also, a shout out to Sunny C Stream in the chat. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime subscribing for 2 months. Thank you so much for the subscription.
Alliteration.
Yeah, true. Alliteration is real.
Obliged.
Thank you so much. And with that, hope you enjoyed the content, hope you enjoyed the casting, hope you enjoyed the StarCraft, hope you have a great new year as we have our final show match ahead of us.
Here we go. I'm excited.
Oh boy. What I will say is that coming into this series as well, there was a lot of banter between Astrea and Trigger, not gonna lie. I will say it's not as toxic of a relationship as Iba and Jumy. Trigger and Astrea, they're a little bit more wholesome with each other, but still banter nonetheless.
Oh, I mean, that's toxic?
Yeah.
Alright. Maybe you're just not. Maybe you're just not ritty enough.
Oh
to
no!
Understand.
True, I'm not. The really
maybe
is
I'm
not
just
there.
not ritty enough to understand.
Oh no! Oh no! Este Yaco. Oh. But here we go. We're jumping into our first game. Game number 1 is going to be on Ultra Love. And unlike the previous series, this will be a best of 5, not a best of 7 or a best of 9.
All right, then.
Or best of 8 or best of 69.
Oh. Or best of 6, question mark? I don't know, math.
But here we go. We are going to be jumping in, as you mentioned before, into a much more proper PvP. At least we imagine. I mean, it is going to be an NA PvP, so I'm ready for it.
Yeah. And NA PvP with a little bit of like KR undertones, so you know. I don't know how proper you can really expect here, but regardless, we're gonna kick things off here on Ultra Love, as you were mentioning, and over here in the top right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in. The top right, we of course have our yellow Protoss player coming down from originally the land of Canada, but yeah, when this was played, he was in Korea at the time. Playing this out, he is of course going to be representing his team Basilisk Gaming. We have the rookie Trigger.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Astrea.
The detective himself.
Yeah, exactly. He's one day away from the retirement, and he is looking to test the young rookie, as you mentioned, to see if he is worthy enough to replace him.
Yeah,
to step in.
Exactly. Yeah. This is like training day or field day or whatever it's called. Final boss is you gotta solve a case. Where I was the culprit.
Oh no. Exactly, Astrea. He is the villain here of the of this show match. And it's on Trigger to solve the case. For now, we are going to be settling in. Welcome one and all to Ultra Love. What does that mean? That means economic openers. That means gateway into Cybercore from both sides. Double gases are being taken, and this could be the beginning of Phoenix Wars, as this will lead into a Stargate, typically before Nexus, which means Phoenix production, if we get there.
Yeah, big if, you know.
Yeah, so far.
I mean. Oh!
Yeah, Astrea, the pylon block was not there, and Astrea, he will get the Nexus up and running. There's a Stargate for Trigger, but alas, Trigger, he is denied the base, so Trigger, he will have the faster Stargate. Astrea will have the faster expansion.
Yeah, a little bit more economic here for Astrea. And of course, on Ultra Love, I would say that economic is a bit favored compared to earlier tech.
Yeah, so there's going to be that give and take. We still have a Stargate here from Astrea, so both players are still opening up Stargate. Both players should still be making Phoenixes, but Trigger should have a Phoenix lead, which means Astrea most likely is going to be stuck at home. He most likely has to just stay at home, has to help defend with the help of the Phoenix, of the Stalker, of the Shield Battery as well, and we'll be seeing a bit of a different dynamic here as, oh, never mind, Trigger, he opens Oracle.
Interesting. Okay, a little bit of a risk here. I mean, he has to be anticipating Stalkers being made defensively for Astrea, but we'll see if his control is enough to get him some damage.
Yeah, so here we go. The Phoenix production has begun from Astrea. It is going to be quite difficult here for this Oracle to get damage done across the map, but not impossible. So we'll see if Trigger can break through, if he can get into a mineral line, and if he can bypass that Phoenix.
Yeah, it's already scouted here from... Or the Oracle, rather, it's already been scouted, so... See how well Trigger's able to juke and jive.
Yeah, as the Oracle does hide here in the corner of the map, it does make sense. Behind this, he's going to be transitioning. He is not getting into any kind of Phoenix production. He is done with Phoenixes, or he's not even starting them. He's going instead into Blink Stalkers.
Yeah, I mean, both players heading that way eventually, but... Like you were mentioning, Trigger just kind of skipping a step. You know, that's a problem with the rookies nowadays, you know, coming out. They like to take shortcuts,
yeah,
and not as thorough.
Yeah.
They miss clues.
They cut corners, you know, they make mistakes because of that, right? The job is not done anywhere near as well. You know, back in my day, right? You wouldn't cut corners. You'd make Phoenixes. You get into Phoenix Wars. Yeah.
Exactly. You'll get that shootout.
And with that, he gets what else? Gets into the mid-range. Probe's going to be going down. Damage is being done.
Yeah, Blink not done yet. You know, that's why you don't skip the step.
We do see Trigger going for a counter attack, but Astrea, he has a shield battery in position, going for the stasis. Astrea, he pulls away in time. Good reaction so far, and the stasis will only get one probe.
Yeah, not quite the same, not quite an equivalent amount of damage here compared to what Astrea was able to accomplish with his initial Phoenixes. Third base will finish a lot quicker for Trigger though, since he does have those stalkers out a little bit faster. He will be able to defend it, and so yeah, he's gonna be able to remake those lost workers a lot quicker.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you're up against a bit of a heavier Phoenix army early on, you can get away with a faster third base because the Phoenixes, they cannot touch the building itself. They can harass the mineral lines though, and more probes are going to be going down. At the same time, Trigger, he ignores the Phoenixes, is going for a massive counterattack.
Yeah. You thought that he was skipping a step, but actually, he had an updated process. You're getting too old for this shit.
As he's looking to knock down that third base. So far though, Astrea, he does respond in time. He will barely hold on to it. That means the base, it's barely standing. We do have a reinforcing pylon to reinforce across the map. Trigger, he's committing here to his aggression, and my apologies if you're in the chat, I did forget. But predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat.
Here we go. Will Trigger graduate, or will Astrea retire? Wait, that has the same implication. No. That has the same implication at the end.
What are you doing, Yakowitz? You're like, am I gonna win or is he gonna lose? it's like I think that means the same thing, Yaku. What are you talking about? As here we go, we do engage. No Shiva behind this. Boys are being pulled. Can Astrea hold on?
He's gonna try. So many probes gonna be going down over here. Astrea just seems to buy time. He just wants to live. But Trigger, he's making it tough on him.
Yeah, exactly. 9 probes going down. Trigger does take an economic lead. His third base is fully saturated. He does take that advantage over his opponent. The proxy is almost done, and Trigger, he's just maintaining that stalker advantage. Going to be pushing forward. The shield battery is now done, but there aren't really many Phoenixes not left over, and it looks like Trigger he might be able to just overwhelm.
Yeah, it's really starting to look that way. Far more gateways, and his economy at home hasn't been touched. He's mining for third base the entire time. Force field gonna help out a little bit, but you can only do so much when your opponent has Blink.
Exactly. Trigger, he dives some of the army. He dives on top of the stalkers themselves. Boys are being pulled once again. The Oracle coming in to help support, takes down the probes. The Oracle finally goes down. The Immortal has arrived in Astrea. He will hold on, but he is down 20 workers.
Yeah, he could live. He could hold with this Immortal, but it's not exactly going to be living his best life. The Immortal goes down. And with that, Astrea sees the writing on the wall. GG, Trigger takes a quick game number 1.
GG, well played. And something that we have yet to really touch here and what yet to really get into is that Trigger, when it comes to his recent performances, I don't know if you've noticed, I know that we haven't had a podcast in quite some time, Yaku, but Trigger, currently, I would say his best matchup is PvP. Over the past couple weeks in Pegastar Mondays, in the Wardy events, in even these other major events, Trigger in KSL, Trigger has been taking down some of the Korean Protoss players. I want to say in the past, like, 4 best of 3s, Trigger, he's beaten Hero like 3 times. It's crazy. Like, he's beaten Hero, beaten Classic, beaten Creator as well. I don't think there's a Korean Protoss player out there that has not fallen at the hands of Trigger. He's been finding a lot of success. It's typically with aggressive play.
Well, yeah. Obviously. If you're in Korea, you're only learning one thing. It's either how to hold against aggression or how to be aggressive yourself.
Yeah, and I mean it makes sense, right? Like if you're spending time in Korea, if you're practicing Korea, I mean I feel like that's the place to be to improve that PvP because of how much Protoss representation there is in Korea. And with that, Trigger does take a lead in the series. Despite that, what I will say is that Astrea, of course, he is no slouch, and I'm hoping for a back and forth here. We'll see if Astrea can start to bring it back as we get into game 2. It's going to be on ley lines.
Here we go. Yeah, that was just the first act of the movie, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That was the first act where the old detective, he comes in, he's not familiar with all the new tech and all the new procedures that have been updated. It's up to Trigger to show him the way, and yeah, we'll see if he can adapt as we continue our best of 5 over here on ley lines. Over here in the bottom left-hand corner map, starting all the way in the bottom left, we of course have our blue Protoss player coming down from the land of Canada, as well as recently been training in the land of Korea. He is, of course, our blue Protoss player, going to be representing Basilisk Gaming. We have Trigger.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss, down in this series. We'll see if he can bounce back here and make a series out of this. It is Astrea.
And, you know, and they've got different approaches to to the game. They've got different play styles. They're from different countries. They're on different teams. But you know what the main difference between Astrea and Trigger is like? Trigger plays Osu.
True.
Astrea doesn't.
Yeah. Is that an advantage? Is that a good thing?
No. It makes your fingers quicker. It makes your fingers more tired.
Have you tried playing Osu? Have you?
I actually haven't.
It's
I'm worried because Kuro said that the mouse might not survive.
It's very intense. It's very. I think I downloaded it like a couple of years ago, and I did try it myself, and it's very zoomer. Like there's a lot going on. There's a lot. It's not like DDR. Like I feel like DDR is a little more
well
linear. I guess it's a little more. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the DDR, you can see the thing coming down.
Yeah.
It's only one direction, right? You only have to look one way, and that's the only place you have to anticipate. Also, it's like you have to look at the entire screen. It could pop at the left side. You have to move your cursor over very quickly, but also accurately. And it's like, yeah. So it's a little bit. I mean, I guess if you're playing the same track a couple of times, then maybe you can get used to it and anticipate it. But yeah, it is a bit more zoomer.
It is.
I actually found out recently, because I've never played Osu before, I found out apparently for the keyboard side, it's only like 2 buttons, or 3 buttons. The vast majority of the time, it's a mouse.
Yeah. It's,
And I noticed, because I stumbled across an ad from, I think, Ducky? Keyboard company.
Do they have like an Osu keyboard, which is like 3 buttons?
Yeah, where it's only like 3, like 3 buttons. It's like perfect for Osu.
I was about to say that I'm pretty sure that's a thing where people just get custom keyboards for that sort of thing, and yeah, I mean that makes sense.
Are only like 2 buttons.
Custom, yeah, pretty much. Shaking my head.
The mouse is bigger than the quote unquote keyboard.
God damn. Not like this. I mean, yeah, you know, it does help us speed things up when it comes to your movement, when it comes to your fingers, when it comes to warming up for some SC2, and we'll see if that speed is able to overwhelm Astrea. For the time being, we are settling in. Both players going to be expanding, 2 gate openers all around. Astrea with a slightly faster expansion, but we are going to be rushing into Blink. Blink is on the way for Astrea, likewise, not too far away for Trigger. Both players are keeping up with each other.
Yeah, this is a bit more of an aggressive map. You can see in the natural there is no ramp leading up to it, so it makes sense. Some of our players are investing a lot earlier on to the Twilight Council, so are focusing more on having a gateway army.
Yeah, as you do see a Trigger trying to engage here on the map. Force fields are king at the moment. There is no blink, not yet. So you can try to lock down the army, and both players, they do bounce off each other. Oh, oh, he locks down the army.
Oh, the force field, yeah. Nice moves here coming out from Astrea. No blink yet, so isolating these stalkers is fatal and deadly.
Exactly, and with that, he does outtrade his opponent. I mean, I say that, looking at your slots tab, both players lose 2 Stalkers, both players lose 1 Sentry. Actually, an even trade between Astrea and Trigger.
Yeah, for now, as the Adepts do rock up. And starting to target down a couple of probes. Very quick reactions coming out from Trigger.
Yeah,
he's able to evacuate them quick enough.
Yeah, only 1 probe goes down for 1 Adept, so a better trade for Trigger. He does hold, he will expand. Likewise, Astrea, he responds with his own expansion, but that is going to be a later Nexus compared to Trigger, so a nice little advantage here for him. Astrea does have faster blink. We'll see if we can make use of it as the armies do engage in the center of the map. Ooh.
Very active. Astrea was very active and very aggressive with those Stalkers, but perhaps a bit too ambitious.
Yeah, as we do trade 1-to-1, we can see Trigger moving forward. Blink is done for Astrea, but Blink is now finishing up for Trigger as well. He does get eyes on the 3rd. Oh.
I'm going to try to reciprocate some damage from earlier. Gets a couple of these Stalkers as they warp in, so nicely done. I say a couple. Gets 1 Stalker.
Yeah, quick moves.
As it walks in, very quick blink away.
Yeah, nice blink there from Astrea. At the same time, we do see a couple of workers going down across the map. Looks like they will some Adept harass. Trigger does attempt to punish a 3rd base, but Astrea, he does hold, he does deflect.
Yeah, both players just respecting each other after the initial skirmishes.
Yeah, it's been a couple of intense moments here, but both players, they do stabilize on 3 bases. Both players taking into charge, so Blink Stalker into charge dot, still very, very gateway focused, but Astrea, the Adept harass continues.
One after another, probes are going down left and right. The Shade being so threatening and also forcing Trigger to come all the way back home.
Yeah, exactly. Getting 3, getting 4 probe kills, getting 5 probes. Not too bad. Can he get 6? Barely not, but still very nice damage here by Astrea. The Adept harass just has been continuing non-stop, and with that, Astrea does take an economic lead.
Yeah. Pretty solid lead. I mean, 5 probes at this point in a mirror matchup where you're both on even bases. That can snowball if Trigger's not careful.
Yeah, definitely can. We can see Trigger getting a 4th base. Likewise, Astrea is building up as well, getting to Immortal production, Gateway explosion. Both players headed in a very similar direction, but as you said, because of that economic lead from Astrea, he does have a slight supply lead here over his opponent, and we'll see how he's able to make use of it.
Yeah, so far Astrea really taking the lead when it comes to map control, so keeping Trigger back, not really allowing him to reach the full potential of his army. Even scouts out and it's looking to delay or deny this rich Vespine base.
Yeah, the 4th base is under fire. We do have Astrea being chased down though. The sentries are gonna fall, and can Trigger, can he get on top of that Immortal? Up! He wants it!
He is gonna get it!
Yeah, the Immortal goes down. Zealots as well. Astrea gets punished for being too active on the map, and now Astrea, he's in trouble.
Yeah, just like that, the backbone of Astrea's army just kind of fell. Just kind of collapsed in front of him. A couple of charges right now to act as a buffer, and we even have the Temple Archives from earlier, meaning that we have access to Archons, or Trigger has access to Archons.
Yeah, the Archons are morphing, and Zealots are coming to reinforce as well. Astrea is being forced further and further back. We do have reinforcements on the way, but the shield battery is out of energy, and again, Astrea, he's up against the wall.
The energy overcharge, though. Up! We'll keep it alive. The Warp Prism gets sniped as it was warping in units, and with that, I think Trigger, he knows the jig is up. He can't keep up this assault.
Yeah, exactly. A pretty intense move there from Astrea. Very pivotal moment, I should say, as he does deny the warp in, does shut down the prism, and with that Trigger, he has to back off, and Astrea holds.
Yeah, sees it writing on the wall. He knows he can't continue to contest that, so instead he's going to expand even further. And he does have the Vespine base from earlier on, so all in all, I want to put Trigger in a better economic position.
Yeah, I mean, Trigger, he is building up quite well here, and he can eventually take that gas geyser. We do see Astrea going for a counterattack across the map, but now Trigger has built up his own immortal count, and Trigger, he should be able to hold on to that ramp. He should be able to deflect the army, and Astrea, he's going to be forced to engage here. He's going to try to at least trade out some of these zealots, but last he won't quite be able to get on top of the army. Not yet.
Yeah, he's waiting for just the right moment to pounce on top of this.
Yeah, for now, backing off. Astrea now taking into his own Archon production. +2 is going to finish up. So there's going to be a small window in time here where Astrea has the better upgrades. He will have +2 over his opponent. So Astrea can try to make use of that. For now, though, is being distracted. You see Trigger finally going for his own run bys. And Trigger, once again, going to be attempting to be active on the map.
Attempting, being the operative word here. As this isn't a very mobile army, we don't have a Warp Prism out yet, so yeah, the ability is even more limited, or I should say the reinforcement rate is a lot more limited as well.
As we do see Astrea, he does start his own Warp Prism. It is going to pop out. Trigger has his own, and we'll see what Trigger can get done. Now, a big important moment here for Astrea, as both players are getting their 4th bases up and running, is that Astrea is taking into Disruptors. That's a second Robo on the way. That's the Bay on the way as well. So he's trying to rush into Purification Overs, into Mass Disruptor. We'll see if he can get there, as there's going to be a window in time where Astrea is going to be vulnerable, where Trigger can strike.
Yeah, that definitely relies on Trigger recognizing that, though. Yeah, we'll see if he is. He scouts the Warp Prism, and once again, Astrea just being active on the map, trying his damnedest to keep Trigger on his on his own side.
Exactly, he's trying to keep him busy here while he starts up Disruptors. There we go, the Disruptors are now starting, 2 Disruptors being made at a time, and Trigger is falling behind tech-wise. Like, Trigger, he's still stuck on mainly a Gateway army with Archons and Immortals, of course, but no Disruptors of his own, and it's going to be difficult pushing into Purification Overs.
Yeah, they may be a little bit weaker now, but does that really matter so much when your opponent has like 50 of them?
Yeah, and I mean, the power of the Disruptor is unchanged in PvP, right? That was the specific change, and meanwhile, the armies, they do pass by each other. Astrea, he's towards the south. Trigger, he does hit the northern base.
Trying to draw attention away, and ideally take out the base as well.
And we do see Astrea going into the main. The Warp Prism went down. No more reinforcements for Astrea, at least not across the map. And Trigger, he can just focus on his push. Oh!
Yeah, dodges the first Purification Nova, dodges the second Purification Nova. One sentry will go down, but that's about it.
Yeah, and the base is going to be falling. The mineral line as well. As Trigger, he's getting damage done.
Yeah, gonna be securing himself a much better economy for the time being. He's up 20, 30 workers, something like that.
Oh yeah, Trigger, he has 80 workers, he's on 5 bases, back at home, his expansion is not going to be denied, and Trigger, he will maintain that army supply lead. What I will say though, even though Trigger is up in supply, is that Astrea, he has 4 Disruptors, soon to be 6 Disruptors. He has a lot of Novas available. Astrea, he can still take a fight.
Yeah, all it takes is one false move from Trigger, one misclick, one moment of distraction, and this army's gonna go up in flames.
Yeah, exactly.
I say flames, it's more like purifying light.
Yeah, exactly. Comes down to those Novas here. We'll see if Astrea can connect with them. For now, Trigger has to be so careful. Nova goes off, and does take down one Zealot. Nice control there by Trigger. He does escape, but more Nova's gonna be going up.
Yeah, we'll be connecting, but only on Immortals. I say only on Immortals. 3 Purification Novas land. And now Trigger only has 1 Immortal left.
Yeah, 2 Immortals go down. We do have reinforcements on the high ground as well for Trigger, but his army is split and Astrea is pushing through, and again, that Disruptor count has been left untouched. Up.
Yeah, Trigger trying to morph in whatever he can to try to deal with what he's up against.
Exactly, we have more Disruptors coming in. We have site defense to defend. Astrea, he does catch out the Warp Prism, so no more reinforcements for Trigger. Trigger, he's trying to get into his own bay, into his own Disruptor production, but it is going to be delayed, and we might even just commit to a base trade.
May as well at this point.
Oh.
Well, we say base trade. Astrea does recall a couple units back home.
Yeah, he kills the southern base and he defends back at home. So he defends, he attacks, he's going to keep pushing forward, busting into the mineral land as well. And Trigger, he is being somewhat pulled apart. He does come back home though, and he can try to catch out these Archons. Oh no! Jesus. Yeah, as we do see Astrea pushing in, the Novas, they did not quite connect, but again, that is how many disruptors? That's 7 disruptors here for Astrea. He is pushing through, and I'm just not too sure that Trigger can actually engage.
Yeah, I'm not convinced either. He could potentially win a hit-on engagement, but that's only if Astrea whiffs every single one of his purification novas.
Yeah, that's why Trigger, he avoids the fight. I don't know if you noticed, but Trigger, he was just skirting around the edge and he's just running away from the army, going for a big counterattack, catching reinforcements instead. Astrea does leave enough of an army back at home to kill a base though, so the base does go down, and Trigger, he's again trying to avoid the main fight for as long as he can.
Yeah, we'll end up recalling to chase away the rest of these Protoss units. So like I said, they did take out that third base, and now Trigger's forced to expand elsewhere.
Yeah, he's taking the northern expansions instead. We can see Astrea getting cornered somewhat, getting surrounded. Zealots and Archons are going to be going down, but the Disruptors, they have arrived, and once again, Trigger, he has to respect it. He has to back off.
Yeah, Concave is good, but you don't want to be just standing there and letting Purification Novas roll into you.
Yeah, exactly, as Novas, they go off once again. No major connections though, but there's still more Novas left over, forcing out those blinks. So Trigger trying to come in for the surround. He commits.
And now Trigger has his own. No! 4 Disruptors go down to 1 Purification Nova. Just like that, Trigger. He was on the back foot, and now his foot is fully on the gas.
Exactly. Trigger takes one big fight. Sometimes, we say it all the time, Yaku, sometimes 1 Nova is all you need. Sometimes 1 Nova, it's all it takes as Trigger. He goes for the kill, he goes across the map, takes the fight, resets the army here of Astrea, and Astrea, he's up against what he almost has something left.
All right, 1 good Nova.
True.
That's the max.
True. He needs 1 good Nova. He doesn't connect. No. GG gets called, and Trigger.
He had 1 good Nova, and he knew that wasn't it. GG.
Exactly. Does not connect. Trigger takes a 2-0 lead.
Wow. Yeah, very nicely done. And I think this was kind of the series that we were hoping. Oh, this was the map, or this was the game that we were kind of expecting and hoping for when we were coming into this series. A lot of back and forth coming out from the 2 of them. A little bit more of a macro game, but still very active.
Yeah, still
and
very.
It came down to 1 Nova.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, there was a lot of really good setup to that. Specifically, a big reason as why that Nova connected for Trigger is because he did set up a surround, which means he locked the army in. Astrea could not escape. He could not try to back off and get away from the army. He was forced to engage, forced to fight, and he was completely pinned in. So really nice movement, really patient play out of Trigger. Because remember, he was running away from the army almost the entire time. He was just running away constantly until he was well set up for that engage, for that concave, for the attempted surround.
I mean, he was practically pressed against the wall there. I mean, he was being pushed all the way back to his own bases there. Just somehow found a way to just keep slipping by, keep living, and then eventually get that 1 juicy connection.
Oh yeah. Sometimes 1 is all you need, and now we're going to be loading into one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool, but not in this series, not in this best of 5. For the first time in a long time, I will say, we're going to be casting on Neon Violet Square.
Perfect. And nostalgia coming on. Oh no.
Oh.
I said nostalgia, but all of a sudden I'm hit with a wave of I feel like I know this map for not good reasons.
It's like the proxy void race can't hurt you anymore, Yaku. It's okay. Oh no.
They get nerfed since then.
Not like this.
But yes, here we are going to be spawning into the Pachinko map, as we like to call it. You know, we're not Zoomers and we're not Alphas. Not gonna call anyone out for calling this map trying to be hip with the TikTok kids. We're calling this map whatchamacallit. I can't even bring myself to to say the words.
Uh-huh.
You know, we're not like that. We're ready.
Yeah.
We're way too ready. We're way too ready.
We are really
for
with
your
it here.
toilet,
With the pachinko. Exactly.
With the pachinko. Este pig. Anyway. Yes, we are Neon Violet Square. LE! Heli, of course, standing for Long Eruption. Long Eruption. That's, you know.
Oh my god.
When the volcano.
That's what you can say. That's what happens at the end of the best of 9 between Jumy and Eva. Oh god. Este Yaku.
Este me? Yeah, well, I set it up for you. So, yeah, I guess Astrea.
Oh god.
Anyway, in the bottom right hand corner of the map, we have our yellow Protoss player. You can tell it's past midnight in Astrea. It's our yellow Protoss player from Canada, training in Korea. He's representing Basilisk Gaming, throwing down, or trying to throw down, a bit of a proxy in the middle of the map. We have Trigger.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the blue Protoss. For a long time, the king of NA, but now down heavily in this best of 5. Can he bounce back, and can he make a series out of this? It is Astrea.
You know, you gotta respect this from Trigger.
Mm-hmm.
His pylon in the middle of the map, scouted immediately.
Yeah.
You know, Astrea saw that Trigger. He's still committing to a proxy. Yeah, that's commitment. That shows that he is gonna give the detective work his all.
Exactly.
Every case, he's gonna commit.
Exactly. He is there for the long run, for the long haul, if you will. Eva and Jumy. This is what commitment looks like here. As Astrea, he's going to shut it down. He does reinforce with extra stalkers. Remember, 2-gate opener out of Astrea. He's fully aware what's going on. 3rd gateway's on the way, and we'll see if he can depower this robo and shut down the proxy. Oh.
Yeah, Trigger gonna try to buy himself as much time as possible. Obviously, Astrea, he's fine with losing these stalkers so long as he's able to depower the robo.
Yeah, it
and
does.
Look at that. He depowers the robo and doesn't even lose the stalkers.
Yeah, not a single stalker goes down. We do see a Trigger. He's trying to reinforce. He has a probe here to throw down a reinforcing pylon as well. But Trigger, he's supply block. He is supply blocked after losing that pylon. He does try to dive on in, but again, the probe is going to be targeted down. So far, it does take down the stalker, though.
Oh, great target firing, yeah, from Trigger.
Yeah, it does catch out a stalker. He's going for the other stalker as well, zoning Astrea away. The robo is going to be repowered, but it is a delayed proxy, a delayed all-in out of Trigger.
Yeah, we'll see how much that comes into play, though, because that's still going to be an immortal coming out versus stalkers. So, and it's not like it's an exposed immortal either.
Yeah, exactly.
Trigger's got a couple of stalkers himself.
Astrea, he did recall, just recalled back home, so he has all the stalkers together here. Astrea does have the stalker lead, 7-4, but that one immortal is going to be a problem, and Astrea, he has to respect it, he backs off, does have the high ground, no shield battery yet. Astrea actually going to try to avoid the main army, going for a bit of a backstab.
Yeah, go around, try to strike right where the pylon's at.
Yeah, he does sneak up on the pylon, and last Trigger, he's out of position. The pylon's going to go down.
And you know what? He commits. He goes straight on forward. He goes straight for the main.
Oh, we do see a big cancellation. Astrea, he does abandon the natural. Nice force field here on the ramp. He does have control of the high ground. The robo is killed, not even just depowered, but the robo goes down. Only one immortal here for Trigger.
Only one, and we do have a warp prism here, so yeah, Trigger, he's gonna have to juggle his heart out.
There's nothing at home. There's nothing at home to defend Trigger. He's supply blocked. He can't warp in, which means no sentry, which means no force field. At the same time, Trigger trying to force his way up the ramp, but Astrea goes for a counter attack and he will bust in.
Base race time. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. As Trigger, he does make his way up the ramp. At the same time, Astrea, he's going to be depowering these gateways, supply blocking Trigger. What you see is what you get. The boys are being pulled.
Yeah, we managed to get one final warp in the end here for Trigger. I cannot believe the War Prism is still alive.
Yeah, the War Prism barely survives. The army's going to be going down. Astrea, he throws away his probes. 15 workers going to be going down. He does clean up the army just barely, and he will survive with 7 workers. Oh my god, the Immortal barely is alive. He's going with the Prism. Oh my god.
He's juggling so hard, but now we have the Void Ray, and that's going to be the final nail in the coffin here for Trigger Astrea. I mean, just look at the supply.
Yeah.
He's fighting back. He's showing that, you know, this new blood, they don't know everything.
Sometimes
He's too ready.
Sometimes you shouldn't commit. Sometimes if you get scouted,
Yeah.
maybe it's a little bit wiser to respect the opponent. The Immortal does come in to reinforce, but it's going to be targeted down. There's no War Prism, there's no control, there's no micro to save it. The Immortal does fall, and GG gets called. Astrea, he fights back.
Here we go. GG. Whew, nicely done.
Oh my god. GG, well played. Risky maneuver by Astrea to go for the counterattack when he did. He did avoid the main army, skirted around the edge of the map, was able to kill the Robo, was able to supply block. A Trigger did force the base trade, and barely he had enough to defend back at home. It was close though, but as you mentioned, the cavalry arrived in that Void Ray, and the Void Ray was enough to clean up whatever was left over.
Indeed. And with that, we're not going to have a clean sweep. We're going to be continuing forward, potentially getting a reverse sweep.
Ooh, yeah, exactly. We have the potential.
Yeah, I was going to say, we already saw one reverse sweep earlier tonight.
True. Did have that previously, initially with HonMonO versus 3-Point, and we'll see if that is the case here between these two Protoss players. Up next, once again, a very often vetoed map. We did see it in the previous series. We are going for the gold. We are loading into El Dorado.
Here we go. La Los Dorado, as it should be.
That's
grammatically.
That's not grammatically correct at all, Jaco. That's not. Oh no. God damn.
You sure about that?
Yes, I'm very sure.
You sure?
Yes.
I don't know. Makes more sense to me the way I say it. Regardless, we are going to be continuing our best of 5 PvP show match here on El Dorado, where we're here in the bottom right hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the bottom right. You, of course, have our blue Protoss player coming down from the land of Canada, currently trading in the land of Korea. Getting a little bit, getting a little bit spicy here. You know, I don't want to say cocky, but yeah, taking a couple more risks, but being schooled in the old ways. Representing Basilisk Gaming, we have Trigger.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, fighting back in that last game and making a series out of this. We'll see if we can force the ace match. It is Astrea. Ooh, as Astrea going gasless, trying to sink out a very early expansion. Greedy maneuver here by Astrea. There we go. Nexus has been placed. A very greedy build here by our American Protoss. And we'll see how Trigger does respond, because Astrea, he's in position to deny the expansion.
And he kind of does, in a way.
Yeah. Yeah,
Trigger ends up throwing down the earlier Cybercore.
Yeah, Cybercore has been placed, a double gas opener out of Trigger. That means the Trigger most likely is going to be going for a Stargate before the expansion. But again, Trigger, he knows that Astrea is cutting corners. He knows how early the expand is for Astrea, and Trigger, I'm sure, is tempted to try to punish the greed of his opponent.
And we'll see how. El Dorado is an interesting map.
Mm-hmm.
It's like kind of safe, but also not really.
Yeah, it is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Short resistance by air, short resistance by ground as well. There it is, Stargate into an expansion, so this can lead into early Oracle, into early Phoenix Harass as well, or early Phoenix production. We'll see what direction Astrea goes in. Again, as a reminder, Astrea, his gas income was delayed this game in favor of the faster expansion. We'll see if he can get away with it.
As for now, we're just settling down, gearing up.
Yeah, settling down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly, Trigger. He's willing to settle down.
We're getting ready. Yeah, exactly.
Oh god. As the probe does fall. Yeah, it's not right either. True. God damn it. As we are going to be opening up with initial Stargate into Oracle. Meanwhile, Astrea, he is aware of the Stargate opener back at home. We have a shield battery. Shield battery in the main base, and that is going to be enough to defend against the one Oracle. We'll see if Trigger invests into a second Oracle, as he will have one shot potential. Oh!
Ooh. Actually manages to kill that stalker.
Yeah, Stalker goes down. Nice pickup initially by Trigger. Back at home, Astrea going for his tech of choice, going for a Twilight Council opener.
Yeah, we'll see how much damage Trigger is able to deal with his Oracle. Okay, his Oracle singular for the time being. Before Astrea, finally sorts out his army and just goes for the attack.
Yes, both players are taking to Twilight Council. So far, the Oracle hasn't really gotten much done. Outside of killing the Stalker, of course, that does threaten the natural base, but Trigger, he does not make a second Oracle. Just the one, and the hallucination will confirm.
And so Astrea, he knows that he's safe for the time being back at home. He can just macro up and focus entirely on getting his upgrades, getting his army blink already on the way. Trigger's Twilight Council only now finishing up.
Yeah, exactly. Just now finishing up, so he's going to be behind when it comes to blink, but Trigger, he does rush into a fast third.
Very fast third. Pretty big risk coming out over here. Astrea getting a third himself, but a little bit later.
The third base of Astrea is going to be slightly more delayed than his opponent. Trigger will confirm with the Oracle, as the Oracle does dip in, does get eyes on the expansion. Likewise, Robo is on the way for Astrea, so he will have detection in case there was like a DT follow-up or anything crazy like that. Astrea will have detection and also access to early immortal production as well.
Yeah, taking this seriously. We're being very, very safe.
Yeah, both players are calming down. After the spicy start to the game, we're calming things down. We're getting into our 3-base setups and macroing up.
Yeah. They're ready.
Oh! Oh my god. They are ready with it here as Astrea, he defends the main base. He shuts down the initial stasis trap. Very risky maneuver, but it does always worth it for Astrea. It does pay off.
Yeah. And so with that, we're just mining. We're just mining, and we're just building. And we're just warping. And we're just going across the map, or at least Astrea is.
Yeah, Astrea, he moves out, so does Trigger. Trigger, he of course has the high ground advantage. Looking at the units tab here, Astrea has the slight Stalker lead. Both players are on 0-0. We do have the defender's advantage for Trigger. Shield batteries are ready, and Astrea, he does get eyes on the timing of the third.
And he knows he's already up and running, so he knows he's going to have to try to deal some damage, apply some pressure wherever he can, try to just equalize things.
Yeah, he's just looking for a way in. He tests the water. He does get eyes on Trigger's army. Astrea, he backs off. He respects the forces of a Trigger. And behind this, going for a massive gateway explosion.
Oracle's back here, and the stasis ward will go up, but very quick moves by Astrea. Only one. Probe will get caught. Mass gateway explosion does get scouted by Trigger, though.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a lot of gateways
he's still
here.
Expanding.
He is. I mean, that's the dichotomy here. We have Astrea getting ready for his production. We have Trigger instead expanding and getting his 4th base up and running. Speaking of the man of the hour himself, shout out to Trigger as he does give us a raid in the chat. So hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great Osu session. I think you were. was he playing Osu? I think so.
At some point today, yeah.
Esther Trigger. But we are getting into our 4th game here of Astrea versus Trigger. Again, this is a best of 5 show match here to bring us into the new year. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, family.
Yeah.
I don't think that's universal, Yaku. Wait, is that the Canadian national anthem? Is that what that is?
No, it's a song, right?
Okay.
It's a New Year's song. It's like do, 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 do.
God damn it. As we see Astrea pushing in, at the same time, Warp is into the main.
Yeah, massive multi-prong coming out here from Astrea. The Gateway Man is looking to burst on through. Trigger, he is holding back the forces in the front, but meanwhile the main actually gonna hold as well.
Yeah, Astrea, he wasn't quite paying attention. He did ram his face into all those zealots, and so many stalkers went down. That was 9 stalkers falling here for Astrea. He has to back up, does reinforce, but that was a rough trade for the Red Protoss.
And yeah, once again we'll see things the pendulum massively swing in Trigger's favor.
Yeah, he defends, he now attacks, going to be catching out the army. Astrea, he does back up. He's going to try to reinforce, getting his own 4th base behind this, but Trigger, he's up a base, he's up in economy, he's up in mining, and now he can move out. Now he can go for a massive counterattack.
Yeah, just gearing up for it. Warprism not quite in position yet, but he's got such a massive army. He gets a kill on that Nexus.
Yeah, he gets a kill, not a cancel again. Astrea slipping up a couple too many times here. And with those missteps, with those mistakes, Trigger, he's here to capitalize. He does take a massive supply lead. Unlike previously on ley lines, Astrea doesn't have disruptors. You know, previously he was down in supply. He could still fight back with mass disruptor. This time he has the same composition as Trigger.
The exact same. The only difference here is that Trigger's is a little bit larger.
Yeah. It is. We do have a Zealot Rumba here trying to distract a Trigger. A couple of probes are going to be going down. 4 probes do fall, not too bad. But Trigger, he's flirting with the idea of pushing in towards that 4th base. Likewise, Oracle here is still alive from the early game, still behind the bases of Astrea.
Yeah, both players kind of recognize that the fastest way to lose is to run into a concave, so they're just kind of staring each other down in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Trigger's about to max, right? He's about to max out, so may as well just calm down, back up, and get up to that 200 supply. +3 is now on the way. War Prism as well. I'm sure Trigger, he's waiting for the War Prisms so he can reinforce on the front lines. And the armies, again, they do still face off. No big engage yet.
Staring each other down. Very menacing.
Very menacing indeed. I mean, the Archons have a little potential here, especially with Trigger's Archons lagging a little bit further behind. He does commit to the fight. Zealots, they do crash into each other. They do melt.
And it actually looks like Astrea did take an early lead in this fight, but the reinforcements of Trigger are starting to get into position, and now, I mean, that larger economy of Trigger is starting to show.
Exactly.
Starting to get reflected in the size of the army.
Yeah, he's got over a 10 worker advantage on his opponents. Now the army supply heavily in favor of Trigger. I mean, it has been for quite some time. Still taking it slow here, still taking it careful, pushing in towards that center expansion, but he has control of the high ground. He denies mining here from Astrea, and Trigger, he's just reinforcing, building up, and getting ready for another move out, for another push.
Yeah, all he has to do is warp in more and more units and start parade pushing pretty much. He's got Astrea back into a quarter. GG is called, and Trigger will take that series 3-1. More importantly, for the time being, he will be holding that crown as the top NA player. Max Angel can retire in peace.
GG, well played. Again, as you mentioned, coming into this show match, we were curious because both Trigger and Astrea have been improving so much over the past couple of months, ever since their time in Korea earlier this year, but they have been avoiding each other. They have been missing each other because they're in different time zones, because Trigger is in Korea. They have, for the most part, been avoiding each other in online tournaments, and now we force them to face off against each other. And as you mentioned, at least for now, Trigger does take the win, especially in that final game. We saw that Astrea was making a couple too many mistakes at once here, kind of pulling apart his own attention, taking some rough fights, and things that snowball out of control. So GG, very well played here by Trigger as he takes down Max Angel. GG.
Just like so, GG. But you know what? Max Angel will return.
He will. He will return in 2025, I'm sure. So, again, the rivalry continues between Trigger and Astrea. They are both on the top of their respective region, but very well done, very well played. Again, Trigger, he has been looking very impressive as of recently in the PvP matchup. We spoke about it before, but he has been taking on players like Hero more consistently, Classic, Creator, now Astrea as well. PvP is his matchup, at least currently, even if he doesn't enjoy it. Like he just happens to be good at it. And with that, congratulations. Trigger will claim the win here. Trigger will claim the series.
GG. What a way to ring in the new year.
And here we go. And yeah, with that, as you mentioned, you know, happy new year one and all. Again, we're almost at 2 a.m. in the morning. A fun fact, I believe it's going to be new year in Korea in 20 minutes, in around like 23 minutes. Yeah,
23 minutes, something like that.
Yeah. So not too far away from New Year's here in South Korea. Yako, when is New Year's in Singapore?
I'm 1 hour behind Korea, so 1 hour 20 minutes, give or take.
There you
go.
go.
I have enough time to eat before the fireworks.
There you go. So
yes.
He has a little bit of time to eat here before it's New Year's in his time zone, and I know it's still a little bit earlier if you're in the Americas or if you're in Europa as well. I know you still have hours to go, but regardless, happy New Year one and all. It's been an intense year here for the CranKy Ducklings. A lot of casting, a lot of StarCraft was involved. And yeah, I mean, it's been a great year, and here's to more to come.
Yeah, you know, there's only one thing that's fun that can be funnier than 2024. That's 2025. There
you go. But yeah, overall, I'm very satisfied with these show matches that we did actually settle into. Like, we started things off, of course, with 3-point versus HonMonO, very intense back and forth, with some proper clownery getting involved as well. Yeah, with HonMonO's play. He's an animal, Bob. He's an absolute animal.
Then we had a very unexpected but very magical best of 9 coming out from Iba and Jumy.
Oh yeah, exactly. It went the distance in more ways than one. It was meant to start off as a best of 5, then they extended it into a best of 7, then they extended it into a best of 9. They just wanted to spend more time with each other. They just couldn't get enough. Yeah, could not get enough.
And then they continued to spend time together as 3v3 partners.
They're true.
Afterwards,
yeah, just showing off the results here. Again, HonMonO taking down 3-2. We had Jumy taking down Iba 5-1, and of course the final series that we just wrapped up, Trigger taking down Astrea 3-1 as well. So congratulations to our 3 winners, to our 3 champions, HonMonO, Jumy, and Trigger. If you would like to support these players, Matcherino in the chat to get a link to the Matcherino page, to the tournament, of course. As currently the prize pool is going to be 100 USD, $70 for the winner, $30 for the runner-up. So again, both players do earn some prize money for their time spent here in this show match. It's not winner takes all, but if you want to help to boost the prize pool, you can do so yourselves via Matcherino. Otherwise, thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for watching. We do appreciate it. And again, I wish you all the best of luck coming into the new year. And thank you so much, Yaka, for joining me today. I know you were a little bit under the weather, and it's been some time since we've casted together.
That's a matter of opinion.
It's not an opinion. What are you talking about? You're like, you know, exactly. See, that's why you go like shopping for doctors. No, one tells you you're sick. You just have to find one that tells you you're not, and then you're good to go. Yeah. True.
Exactly.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, that's a doctor who works for your boss usually.
Oh no. Not like this. So but yeah, I hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and with that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the time being. There is another event
that say for the year.
True, for the year. We're wrapping up for 2024. There is another event that is going to be starting up soon, like in an hour, the New Year Cup, and I was tempted to jump into CAS, but I think we want to take it easy here. You know, we enjoyed our show matches. Now we can enjoy the fireworks. We can enjoy the new year. We can just calm things down, and just take some time to ourselves. There you go.
Yeah, it's Tuesday.
There you go. It is. Ah. And yeah, I hope you all enjoy the content. Here's to a new year. When it comes to our next broadcast coming into 2024, we are going to have a couple of replay casts going over the group stage of
2024.
Sorry, 2025. Just wrapped up 2024. We're going to be having some replay casts of Home Story Cup tomorrow as for the matches that we missed out on when we were casting live at the event, at the venue. Likewise, Leo Lu Cup is this week as well. That is a recently announced big major event that is also going on. We have the qualifiers this week, so we're going to be covering the qualifiers. And we also have the group stage of Master Coliseum as it continues throughout the weekend.
Indeed, it shall. So stay tuned for that. New year, same content. Well, not exactly the same, but new year, same schedule.
Exactly. January is really busy. January is very stacked of content because it isn't just our regular tournaments, but it's also going to be Leo Lu Cup. It's also going to be Master Coliseum, the OC Championship, and all the other regularly scheduled content and tournaments. What I will say coming into this is that our tournaments are going to be going on hiatus. I'm referring to Sea Duckling Open, Master Swan Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Tenacious Turtle Tussle. These events are going to be on hiatus for a couple of weeks. Originally, we were going to be having all those on hiatus so we can take some days off, and then all these other tournaments were announced. So we're not taking any time off, but we're casting, at least once a day, mostly 2 times a day, every single day, which means at least without our own tournaments in the mix as well, we at least, we have a bit of a clearer schedule than previously. A little bit, at least.
Yeah.
But
yeah, we can actually plan.
Exactly.
How crazy is that?
There you go. Kind of.
Yeah,
we're also going to be taking some time off with the podcast. So this week, we're going to be taking some time off with the podcast. The podcast is scheduled to return on the 9th of January. So there's going to be a lot to catch up on just because we have taken some time off when it comes to our recaps of the tournament.
Be a 6-hour podcast.
True. There's a lot to get into. There's a lot to go over during the podcast, not gonna lie. So we'll get there eventually. But yeah, if you enjoyed the content, if you enjoyed the CranKy Ducklings, if you want to tune into more, follow us on all the social medias, !socials in the chat, and you will get a link to our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord server, Mastodon, Blue Sky, all things CranKy Ducklings, as we do post whenever we go live, and we give you updates on things that are going on on the channel. Otherwise, VODs are on YouTube. We have VODs on a daily basis, plenty of content on YouTube. We cast very often on this channel. It's hard to watch everything live. If you want to tune into those VODs, YouTube is the place to be.
Yeah. Easy. Life hacks.
There you go. You also have to squeeze into 3 hours. True. Our next podcast has to be 3 hours because we have another cast. You're not wrong.
That's fine. We'll just double speed.
Double speed. There you go. 2 times. Otherwise, Yaku, do you have anything you want to say before we head off for the night? Do you have anything you want to say, wrapping up the new year? Have you been, Yaku? What are your plans? Any New Year's resolution?
I already said the 24 and 25 thing. You know what? Resolutions. That's a good idea.
There you go.
I remember now I failed my New Year's resolution for this year.
Oh no. What was the resolution? What was it?
I was gonna do jumping jacks every day, and then and then I did that week 1, and then my arthritis came back. So
no.
I had to stop doing that. But you know what? 2025, maybe I can do that.
There you go. My resolution is to cast a little bit less. We had I want to say over 500 casts throughout 2024. We had a lot of casting, a lot of StarCraft, and I literally did nothing but eat, sleep, and cast StarCraft the entire year. It would be nice if I had some time to do other things, so I want to calm things down a little bit. Maybe have 1 cast a day sort of thing. Crazy, I know, and make some room for other things. So yeah, that's gonna be my resolution coming into the year. It's gonna be hard to keep it. My resolution is not applicable to January. We're very very busy in January, but February moving forward, that's at least what I'm gonna try to do.
Yeah. Get the gas. Yeah.
Yeah, one stream a day, crazy.
Conserve the gas.
Exactly. That's the plan. Otherwise, Yaku.
Yes.
You know, you did feel unwell and you did get sick, so I'm gonna let you off the hook at least for December. But coming into January, when's the Brood War?
We were going to be busy.
The Brood War campaign stream. What's going on?
You just said we were going to be busy.
Yeah, Are you gonna be campaign stream? What's going on? What's happening?
I don't know. It might happen in January.
God damn it! It was meant to happen in December. Aye.
I don't think it was meant to happen in December.
No,
I think it was. I think I planned for it to happen in December. But people had other plans.
True.
And by people, I mean whoever brought sickness into this home.
God, no. Understandable. So take care of yourself, Yaku. Take care of yourself, and I'm looking forward to potentially the Brood War stream in January. Potentially. Okay.
We'll see what happens.
Just don't get sick again.
And that's pretty easy to do.
Of course. But with that, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. Check out Yaku's stream, Yakuzaku1 on Twitch. I'm sure he will go live eventually at some point in 2025.
At least more than once next year.
Oh, okay. That's big.
Yeah.
To look forward to it. Myself, you can follow me at light_VIP on Twitch and Twitter. I do stream throughout the week, or at least I try to, and I might be live tomorrow as well, just with some cheeky ladder sessions. I've been recently streaming and playing some Miles Morales, some Spider-Man, if you will. I know Spider-Man 2 is coming out on PC next month in January. Yeah.
Getting ready for the finale of the Spider-Verse, which was supposed to come out this year, but...
True. They're waiting for me to finish the game.
Till next year.
Yeah,
exactly. Please finish it so I can watch it.
It was a good movie, you know. Spider-Verse, the first and second one. It was good.
Yeah,
it's good.
Both of them.
Are they setting the bar too high? You know, is there too much hype for it?
Oh, probably. The second one did kind of end on a cliffhanger.
Mm-hmm. I want to believe it's going to end well. But we'll see as we're getting into the game at some point throughout the week. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you so much for the support. Again, follow the CranKy Ducklings. We're live on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook, Kick, and on TikTok as well. We're all over the place. All things CranKy Ducklings. And Yaku, do you have anything you want to say before we head off for the night?
I already said my 24-25 thing. Enjoy the fireworks.
Enjoy the fireworks. See you guys next time in 2025. Catch you later. Ciao.
See you then, Mela.